Good evening, Ms. Perrell. This is Mr. Allen. Good evening, Mrs. Perrell. This is Mr. Allen. Can you hear me?
Hello, I can hear you perfectly well.
Oh, there you are. Thank you.
Welcome to the Antelope Valley Union High School District Board meeting. Good evening. Please be advised that the Board of Trustees are participating in this meeting with teleconferencing. All actions will be made by a roll call vote. I would like to ask board members to respond to the following questions as I call your name. Are you able to hear our proceedings on your end? Mr. Johnson?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Perrell?
Yes.
Dr. Ruffin? Dr. Ruffin?
Yes.
Mr. Rush?
Yes.
And Ms. McGrady. As members of the public who would like to address the board on any closed session items, we're going to skip right over that because we didn't have any messages on closed session items for the agenda. So we'll go right on to the Board of Trustees. Will adjourn to closed session to consider and may act on any of the closed session matters listed. May I have a motion?
Before we go into closed session, I would like to dedicate this meeting in honor of two civil rights leaders, John Lewis and C.T. Vivian.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. So may I have a motion to, we're back to the board meeting. We'll adjourn to the closed session to consider and act on any of the closed session matters listed in agenda item 19. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Mr. Rush. A second? We need a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Perrell. Okay, and discussion. Dr. Ruffin, I have a question for you. We just received an email from you. Are you intending to bring Mr. Harris to closed session?
So this information, I'm just saying this for the public and for the record. At the last board meeting and several board meetings before, I had mentioned 3 reasons why I do not attend closed session. Dr. Vieira did send me and he responded to the entire board on June the 22nd. Regarding the first reason why I don't attend closed session, Dr. Vieira sent the email on the 22nd saying that he will not have his entire cabinet to attend closed session. So in that regards, I will attend on that issue. The second issue, I was informed that on the hostility issue, I'm okay with that because I'm attending virtually, so that's fine. There has been no new board majority that has altered or changed Mr. Harris from being the board attorney. We do have Mr. Harris listed, and there is a board resolution that has Mr. Harris as the board attorney, and he will be on the call for closed session. So he'll be on the call and I will be attending closed session, yes.
Ms. McGrady, this is Jay Furno. That's actually not accurate. The board took action in April of last year to permit Mr. Davis as board president to confer with Mr. Harris per the board's bylaws. So to say that he's been approved by the board majority to attend closed session just is not accurate. If Dr. Ruffin is stating, and she hasn't yet, but I would like her to state whether or not she is going to permit Mr. Harris to attend closed session, because she would be the only person that could permit that, and he would not have the link to attend closed session. It would only be if Dr. Ruffin provided it to him or he was present with her right now. If Dr. Ruffin is affirmatively stating that she is going to bring Mr. Harris into closed session, then it's my recommendation that you cannot go into closed session, because it's Dr. Ruffin's intent to bring an unauthorized third person into closed session and violate the confidentiality of closed session.
Mrs. McGrady, there is no way that I will ever want to disrupt or violate any matters of the board. And for the record, I don't know why Mr. Furno is even on our board. As a matter of fact, Mr. Furno, why are you here? It is my understanding that this board, the board majority, you don't even have a contract with this board. You should not even be on this call. You're not represented by this district. You're being direct paid, which has not been board approved. You don't even have an authority to be speaking for this board at this time because you do not represent the board, nor do you represent the district.
Ms.
So
McGrady, I would
if
still
at
ask
any
Dr.
point,
Tuffet
Mrs.
to-
McGrady, because I'm talking to my colleague, Mrs. McGrady, if it is a problem with having Mr. Harris be on the line, I will not have him call in and disrupt closed session. So I will allow my colleagues to meet without having him on the line. But if there's an issue with the board, we are the board. We don't have to listen to Mr. Furno because he's not approved by this board. The previous board majority didn't, we are not in contract with him. And that is a fact. I also put in a call to the County Council of Los Angeles to investigate this issue because this is illegal what he's doing. And I'm hoping that there's a thorough investigation to look into these matters because just because a previous, in order to change what a previous board majority has put in place, a new board majority would have to change that. So I don't mind not calling in to allow you guys to do the business you need to do. And I'm resting from this conversation.
I'm having a little trouble understanding you with the sound. We don't have, maybe I need to have you speak a little closer to your microphone, but I'm not quite sure if you said that you are bringing Mr. Harris in or not. Mr. Harris is not authorized to be here. It would be a violation of confidentiality and he cannot attend our closed session. So
Okay, so
are
I
you
will not be
bringing him
attending.
with you or are you not?
I will not be attending. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And I will not be attending as well. This is Ms. Perel.
Okay, thank you. We will not be having closed session once again. We will come back at 7 o'clock. And for any of you listening, we will see you at 7 o'clock. Thank you.
board will return to open session at 7 p.m.
Gary, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, you're coming across 5 by.
Thank you.
Gary, can you hear me?
Good evening, Mr. Hawkins, and you're coming across 5 by.
Test, 1, 2, 3.
Welcome to the Antelope Valley Union High School Board Meeting. Please stand and place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. Stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We are at number 4 on the agenda at the PINCO meeting. We need to adjourn to the PINCO meeting. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Mr. Rush. A second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Perrell. Any discussion? Hearing none. Mr. Johnson, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Perrell, how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye. Dr. Ruffin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Yes. Mr. Rush, how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye. And Ms. McGrady votes aye, so it passes. We are at public comments. The public is invited to address items on the PINCO agenda. I don't believe we have any of those. They would have had to have been turned in already. So we will move on to C, approve the continuation of policy between Philadelphia Insurance Company and PINCO for 2021. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees approve the insurance policy with Philadelphia Insurance Company. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Motion.
Okay, Mr. Rush, second.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Perrell. Any discussion? Hearing none. How do you vote, Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Thank you. Aye. Ms. Perrell?
Aye.
Aye. Dr. Ruffin?
Yes.
I couldn't hear you.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Thank you. I've got to repeat it so they can hear it for the minutes, but I need you to speak up for me a little bit. Mr. Rush?
Yes.
Thank you. And Ms. McGrady, yes, so that one passes. We're going to D, the purchase order schedule. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees approve and authorize the purchases outlined on the attached schedule. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Mr. Rush. A second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Perrell. Any discussion?
Yes. We're gonna pull 45.
Say it again.
We're gonna pull 45 for discussion.
Okay, well, you want to discuss it?
Want to vote on everything else and pull 45.
Okay, all right, so, all right, we'll pull number 45 and vote on everything else. Is there any other discussion from anyone? Hearing none. Mr. Johnson, how do you vote?
Aye.
Okay, aye. And Ms. Perrell?
Aye.
Thank you. Aye. Dr. Ruffin?
Yes.
Yes. Mr. Rush?
Yes.
Yes. And Ms. McGrady? Yes, that passed. So we'll look at number 45. Dr. Ruffin, would you tell us what it is and have your discussion?
There's a group in the community called Dose Nations that does newspaper and radio stations. And I would like to give them an opportunity to have this bid. So I'm going to vote no for AV Press.
Mr. Hawkins, I believe we heard a report on this one other time that it has to go to a newspaper, but you know what, Mr. Hawkins, would you be able to speak to that?
Yes, thank you very much. This is standard. As you can see, the 1,500 would be for the entire year. When we do our bids, specifically on our produce bids locally here, we have to, by state regulations, not the ed code, but it's the business professional code, that we must publish these in a newspaper of general circulation. At the Los Angeles County, not the County Office of Ed, but county, has a list of newspapers. And the one you mentioned, I have not seen, but I'll research it. But certainly for sure, the Antelope Valley Press is one that is covered as a newspaper of general circulation. And that's purely a requirement of law that we publish bids in that paper.
Mr. Hawkins, when you have the time, could you please send me that particular code? Because I remember seeing that before, but whenever you have the chance, could you please send that to me?
Absolutely, I'd be happy to.
Actually, can you send it to all the board, and I'll move to put this up for a vote?
To answer your question, yes, when I find the research, I will send it to all board members. Thank you.
So if I understand you correctly, you do want to go ahead and vote on this, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, you made the motion, we need a second.
Second.
Okay, so Dr. Ruffin made the motion, Ms. Perrell made the second. So Mr. Johnson, how do you vote?
Is this in favor of the Antelope Valley Press?
To pay for the one that's on here, yes.
Thank you very much. I vote aye.
Okay, that's an aye. Ms. Perrell?
No.
Dr. Ruffin?
No.
Mr. Rush?
Yes.
Yes, and Ms. McGrady, yes. So that's a 2-2 with board members, and then with the student board member, a 3-2. Okay, we will reconvene our regular meeting. We are at 6, if anyone's following along, at the quarterly Williams Uniform Complaint Procedures Report Summary, April 2020 to June 2020. Do we have anything to report on that?
Ms. McGrady, this is Brett Neal. There were no complaints filed for the fourth quarter.
Thank you, sir. Moving forward, Antelope Valley Schools Transportation Report Update. Mr. Hawkins.
Yes, we did have a board meeting this week. The transportation agencies currently looking at what process and procedures they can put in place to assist all 3 districts, because obviously we're not going to have any transportation. So they are meeting with the superintendents of each school district to see about repurposing some of their drivers and reusing using their buses in a different fashion.
Okay, thank you. From moving forward from AVTA. Do we have anyone from AVTA tonight?
Yes, this is James Stockdale. Dan Shies asked me to speak on behalf of AVTA tonight.
Thank you.
Good evening, board members and cabinet. Thank you for allowing AVTA to have a voice in the meeting tonight. First, we want to say thank you to the district for efforts to come to an agreement with our membership to start this school year. We recognize that these times are unprecedented and difficult to sort through, and we appreciate the efforts of everyone to move towards mutual understanding.
Hey, they're using the student board member vote. They said 3-2.
I'm sorry?
So, 11.
Ms. Perrell, I think you're unmuted. You may want to mute your microphone. Stockdale, please continue.
Sure. So next, as classroom teachers and counselors, we want to address the rapidly approaching November elections. The voters of our valley will have a chance to weigh in and have a final say as to how this board has been conducting business. They will be able to elect who will have the majority and power on this board going forward. They will be able to decide if they are happy with the actions of what the previous board majority over the past year and a half, or if they're ready to break from that and change to a board majority that puts students first again. AVTA members will work tirelessly to ensure that we elect candidates that have the best interest of the students we serve in mind. I know I don't represent the administrative staff, but I call on them tonight to join us in our mission to return this board to a position of respect within the community. This former board majority has been a stain on the good name of the district and the community for too long. It has dissuaded good people from moving to the Antelope Valley because of their shenanigans. We seek a board whose main objective is to improve the lives of the students we serve. I do not feel it would be an overstatement to say that November is the most important election that this board has ever seen. We have all witnessed the damage that 3 people can accomplish and what 2 are still trying to do. So I call on not only the employees of this great district, but the community at large to step up and end this nightmare by voting before it gets any worse. We cannot sit idly by and wait for others to do it for us. There is just too much at stake. We thank you all for your time and look forward to speaking with you again after school starts.
Thank you, Mr. Stockdale. Before we move forward, let me clarify on that last vote. That was a 2-2 vote. Student board member also voting yes. Okay, hope that clarified it for us. Let's move on. If Karen White is, I'm not sure if CSEA or anyone from CSEA is speaking tonight. Do we have anyone? Okay. Hearing none, we're moving on to public comments from the floor for agendized items. The public is invited to address the board on any agenda item. Individual speakers are limited to 3 minutes each, and the total time shall be limited to 20 minutes. I believe we have some. Would you like to begin with agendized items?
Yes, we have 4 comments for agenda number 9. The first comment comes from Jesse. As we look to approve new employees today, can we please not pick out the Black applicants and choose to only not approve them? That would be super awesome because the only employees I have seen removed or not approved by this board in the last year have all been Black. Black lives matter, and that change happens right here, right now. Agenda number 9A comes from Emmy Jones. I have been playing sports for many years in high school, and I'm very concerned about if I will have the opportunity or not this year. Even if I do, however, I am concerned that this district will again not approve the CIF contract that allows our athletic directors to represent the student athletes. I am hoping to get an athletic scholarship, something that I have worked for over the years, and something that might be my only path to paying for college. And that opportunity may be taken from me because this board chooses not to approve coaches to go to CIF. Not only do you do this, but you won't even explain to the community why you feel this is necessary. Don't students matter to you at all? Doesn't this community matter to you? Don't we deserve to know why you won't vote for us? The next comment is on item 9C from Vivian. I am concerned that this district would ever allow a teachers or anyone trying to become a teacher, such as Hunt, the Black Uncle Tom, Miss McGrady so desire to have as a teacher who, along with James Stockdale, tried to intimidate parents of the community not to speak up against those harming our children is appalling. Just because a person's Black don't mean he is the best choice for the job. All of you hating on Dr. Ruffin should be ashamed. Due to her intelligence, her shining the light on your lack of transparency. I cannot write more because I could not get the link. District should be ashamed for not even mentioning the world issue about George Floyd. Shame on you, Miss McGrady. Shame on you, Miss McGrady, for using Hunt's skin color to promote your prejudice. He's an Uncle Tom and an intimidator. Pray for our country. Lay off Dr. Ruffin. The next comment is on item 9H from Jeff Patterson. Good evening, board members. I wanted to comment on the proposal to hire an equity at this time. I truly believe this is a step in the right direction in regards to achieving true equity, diversity, and inclusion for students in the AVUHSD. It is my sincere hope that the most qualified person for the position is hired and not a person who may not be the best fit. I personally would love to see an African-American male get the position. It would send a clear message to all of the AVUHSD is serious about promoting equity by having a male of color at the district level. In addition, this person must be committed to the work of the position and look to maintain the status quo. Finally, while this is a good step, it cannot be the last step. This equity director should look to establish equity teams at each site to meet with, to get some ideas as to what types of issues are present at each site, as well as the district-wide. Great first move, but much more is needed. Thanks. The next comments are on agenda item 11A. The first comes from Terrell Owen. In February of 2018, deputies from Norwalk Station, working in conjunction with the school resource officer and security guard, followed up on a shooting threat and found AR-15 rifles and over 100 high-capacity magazines in the offending student's home. They were not secured and accessible to the student making threats. Arrests were made and a potential tragedy averted. Deputies take part in investigations and actions to keep our campuses safe all the time. Some of them we hear about, like this one, many others we do not. School shooting is just one area where deputies help to protect our students, but there are so many more, from other adults trying to come on campus, to drugs on campus, to assaults, and so much more. Why would we ever want to remove any layer of protection from our kids? Are we going to require that students get hurt or killed by the absence of our deputies before we learn to value their presence? I genuinely hope that is not the cost of this board action. The next comment is from Natalie Howard. Removing deputies seems to be the latest thing that will supposedly fix our schools. I really wonder if those pushing this agenda have thought through the implications of this for all students. Back in November of 2019, my child showed me a picture that they had seen on Instagram from a student from KHS who was threatening to shoot up the school the following day. The picture was complete with bullets and clear access to weapons. Many students did not go to school the next day, but we later found out that the offending student had been arrested and a potential tragedy was prevented. Some would say, oh well, deputies would have done that anyway, and they might be right on that specific incident. But how many other incidents might they not be right about? This one was pretty public, but they are dealing with minors and the odds of others being shared publicly are quite low. Do we not have expulsions for weapons found on campuses? Do we not think that one day they might get the weapon out to use it before they are found? How much will the extra 15 minutes of response time to have a deputy on campus be worth to us then? There are a lot of things I have never personally witnessed in this world, but I know they are there. Threats on campus from guns, knives, drugs, assaults, rape, and more are no different. Just because I don't personally see them or witness them does not mean that I am naive enough to think they don't exist. These deputies are certainly working tirelessly and more often than not, thanklessly, to protect our children from these threats. Please do not put our children in harm's way because some would bully the district to believe that the mere presence of a deputy on campus does more harm than the harm that would be done to our kids if they were not there. The next comment is from Evelyn Ariano. Miss Jill McGrady and Mr. John Rush, last time we spoke, you told me you needed to do further research before making a decision on whether or not you would break the contract with LASD. Since that meeting, my team and I have sent both of you numerous sources that prove SROs lead to the criminalization of Black, Brown, disabled, and foster youth. These sources also explain that there is little to no data proving SROs improve school safety. If after reading through these sources, you still vote to keep the contract, then you obviously don't have the best interest for students of color and are unworthy of representing them. If you haven't looked at the data we sent you, then you are neglecting your role in listening to your community. The next comment is from Maria Y. I have 2 kids attending a high school in this district. I am also a single mom and person of color. I wanted to voice my concern for the push to remove the LASD resource deputies from our schools. I can vividly remember many fights that occurred when I attended Antelope Valley High School, along with many other negative issues that occurred there. I know from speaking to many current teenagers in this valley that not much has changed, and all our schools still experience the same issues and others that are much worse. Our deputies don't just handle the incidents that are severe enough that they make it to the media. They also handle ones that we're not aware of due to the participants being minors. And more importantly, they stopped so many more from ever occurring. I personally, and I know many minority families agree, feel more safe having deputies on campus. The thought of not having them on my children's campus actually gives me anxiety. Please do not remove the LASD resource deputies from our schools. The next comment is from Corey. No cops in AV schools. The next comment is from Tyra Wallace. People ask, what about school shootings? Who will we call? My answer to that is simple, the police. They're our only emergency response system at the moment, so of course we will call them in cases of emergency. We simply do not need to pay them $1.7 million to do their job. That raises the question, are they doing their job? Let's see. There's little to no data that backs this notion that the placement of police on campuses full-time stops school shootings. But what research does show is that 70,000 students in the US in 2013 to 14 school year were arrested in school-related events. ACLU research shows that disabled, Black, and Native American students are all 3 times more likely to receive school-based referrals to police. Low-income students, 7 times more likely. Black girls, 6 to 7 times more likely. Most of these offenses are nonviolent. Arrest doubles the chance that the kid will drop out of school, and court appearance quadruples those chances. Upon entry in court, Black youth are 6 times more likely to be sentenced to jail than white youth. 70% of youth sentenced to juvie will return to prison in adulthood. Although the intentions may have been originally harmless, the outcome has been damaging. As of 2018, the average amount of students killed in school shootings was 17 per year. Now, don't get me wrong, that's 17 lives too many. We should be taking preventative measures, but let's stop and think. There's no proof that police stop school shootings, but there's strong evidence that they target vulnerable communities on campus. So why are we destroying the futures of thousands of vulnerable students because of statistically unlikely events? Would our efforts be better spent creating new systems that protect all students? So to the board, I want you to know that cops will be removed from our schools someday. It can only be avoided for so long. Maybe not during your term, but it will happen. But you have the chance to end this school to prison pipeline in our district this year. I ask you, what side of history do you want to be on? And considering we have a district containing tons of kids with demographics more likely to fall victim to this pipeline, this decision you have should not be taken lightly. This is not a left or right thing, Republican or Democrat thing. As humans, we should all be concerned and act swiftly. Respectfully, do not mess this up. The next comment is from Jay Sinclair. There should be no police presence on schools given the state of this country and given the obvious disproportionate mistreatment of students of color by SROs. This needs to be addressed in our school district as well as every school district across the country. The next comment is from Laura. How come schools are allowed to give up on bad students? I've witnessed the schools out here do their best to push students that they would rather not deal with the help of the cops. And I find that to be problematic and reflective of the lack of care you have towards minors because they experience adultification. What is something you can offer the bad children so that they are better supported besides getting arrested? The next comment is from Jill Dabo. A colleague asked me if I, as a teacher, felt safer to have a police officer present at the high school that I teach at. My answer was yes. As a female teacher of 18 years, teaching in several different districts and high schools, I always feel safer when I know that if needed, there is a police officer who is legally able to take control of a situation that an administrator or security guard cannot. I've encountered students outside my classroom giving me the most trouble. I have been cussed at, told to F off, students have got in my face, refused to leave the classroom, and threatened students in my class. A teacher's job is already a difficult one due to the behavior problems, and now we are making it more difficult by taking out part of their support. The problem is not the police officer on campus, but the lack of consequences given to the students. The majority of students never come into contact with a police officer on campus, but the small percentage that do are the students that admin and security need assistance in de-escalating the situation. If that resource is taken away, students will continue to break rules and teachers will refuse to work in hostile environments. Police officers are positive on campus. Police officers on campus are also connected to local law enforcement. If there is a suspicious person on campus or in the neighborhood, law enforcement will immediately notify the police officer on campus and the school will be put on immediate lockdown so the officer can help in emergency situations. Police officers know the law. They are able to keep teachers, admin, and students safe while investigating and abiding by their rights. As stated previously, the officer can handle difficult situations better than admin, teachers, and counselors. They are better prepared, better equipped with training and knowledge to keep everyone safe. Officers are the support for our school security teams. Removing a student from class is not a desirable part of the job. It's not the job of the teacher, admin, or counselor. When this occurs by the 1% of students, then police officers are able to remove the disruption or threat, so the remainder 99% of students are safe and can continue their education. Some students will see the officer on campus as a deterrent, which may cease incidents from occurring. Officers may also build positive relationships with students and teach them about the law and helping others. They may become mentors to students, especially those that come from broken homes. Making such a drastic decision to take police officers out of our schools needs time and thoughtful discussion from teachers, students, admin, district security, and parents. I would not want to be responsible for making a decision because of
30 seconds.
Like Jody Stalling said, what problems would really be solved by taking police out of schools and what problems would arise from doing so. The next comment is from Omar Gomez. This issue has not been resolved. We have a petition out there with nearly 4,000 signatures, and yet people in this board still think this is something to brush up. There are people scared, anxious, and dying. This type of work requires to go out of your comfort zone and acknowledge the harm that you are perpetuating into. These issues don't go away overnight. They require time, dedication, and active listening. I understand there are concerns about safety, but I honestly don't believe anyone here has even questioned what real community safety means. It doesn't require policing. It requires investing in BIPOC communities so we can heal from our historical and current traumas. These systems work in favor of white people, and most of you here will never know how the system can work against you, and sometimes the stake of your life. Invest in transformative justice practices. Our BIPOC students desperately need it. And remember that most of us here who bring up this issue are Black, Brown, LGBTQ+, low income, disabled, have been homeless, and have had terrible interactions with the police. We know how our communities work, and it's time you acknowledge our presence and struggles. I hope to see you make effective change and one day be on the right side of history. The next comment is from James Tilton. There's a group of protesters outside the district office during today's meeting. That group is made up of teachers, students, teachers, and parents. They are asking the school board to consider if the money currently being spent to place cops on campus could be better spent on psychiatrists and counselors. I echo their request, but I also understand your hesitancy. As a white man myself, I know that many of us tend to associate law enforcement with feelings of safety and security, even when that reality is not always mirrored for our students of color. It seems important then, especially in this moment, to listen both to the protesters outside and to others in the community who haven't always had their voice heard. That's why I propose allowing the parents at each school site to vote on whether they'd like to continue having a school resource officer on their particular campus. This board has shown willingness to listen to the community, even when those conversations are difficult, and I hope they'll do so again in this matter. Speaking of difficult conversations, I'd also like to applaud the board for the creation of the new equity director position and ask that the person eventually hired for this role be someone who's willing to have those difficult but necessary conversations necessary to improve the status quo. There will undoubtedly be a few so-called yes men who apply for the position, and I hope that you will have the long-term wisdom to look past those candidates and to find someone who will do right by our marginalized students. The next comment is from Andrea. Dear board members, You have the power to end the school to prisons pipeline in our school district. Please use your power to protect our Black, brown, disabled, foster, and other vulnerable youth identities. As an alumni, I want our youth to experience the change we didn't as students in our community, and so do many others. Which side of history do you want to be on? Do not mess this up. The next comment is from Joe Kelly. Good evening, Board and Cabinet. My name is Joe Kelly, and I'm entering my 24th year in the Antelope Valley Union High School District. For 3 years, I was a classified campus supervisor and CAW, and for 9 years, I was a site administrator and principal. In each of those roles, I worked closely with the Los Angeles County Sheriff's School Resource Officers. Based upon actual interactions with these fine men and women in law enforcement, I felt compelled to advocate on their behalf. Right now in our country, as well as here locally, law enforcement is being slandered. Defund the police. This is due in part to the misbehavior of a handful of bad cops. Would we defund teachers because of the actions of a handful of bad teachers? Of course not. The LA County Sheriff's Department are our allies and partners in keeping our campuses safe. When there are shootings on campus, they are the ones running in and willing to die to protect the lives of our children and our employees. I would encourage this board body to not only ignore these baseless and dangerous calls to get rid of our most valiant partners in law enforcement, but speak up in their defense. Our very own board member, John Rush, served our district as a member of the Sheriff's Department and continues to serve and protect us as a member of the board. I am ashamed that he has to sit and listen to everyone disparaging remark, even one disparaging remark. In conclusion, if we are serious about school safety, then we need our deputies on our campuses. The next comment is from Wafika Shah. AVUHSD needs to end its partnership with the Los Angeles County Sheriff Department. The increase of police presence on campuses has continued to perpetuate violence and discrimination towards students of color, especially Black students. Instead, we should be using these funds for more counselors, programs, textbooks, tutors, school supplies, and so much more. What message are we sending to students when we have increased police presence but only one counselor available to them? Let's break away from the school to prison pipeline, uplift our community, and be the change we want to see in the world. The next comment is from Rod Penner. My name is Rod Penner, and I'm submitting this in support of maintaining the School Resource Officer Program. I have been a resident of the Antelope Valley for over 30 years. My daughters are graduates of Quartz Hill High School. My eldest grandson is currently enrolled in an AVUHSD school. I am retired from the LA County Sheriff's Department. Having previously been assigned to Lancaster Station, I have seen on a firsthand basis how valuable the School Resource Officer Program is. The current defund the police movement, along with the Board of Supervisors pending significant budget cuts to the LASD, may very likely have a negative impact on the overall safety within our AV community. This would be due to a potential significant reduction in available law enforcement resources, along with their ability to respond to emergency situations in a timely fashion. On top of that, if you remove the school deputies from AVUHSD campuses, the safety of those campuses, students, and staff may be significantly impacted. The Lancaster and Palmdale Sheriff Stations are two of the busiest stations within LA County. They already handle a large volume of high priority calls for service on a daily basis. Instead of defunding the police, why don't you defund the practice of the former board majority of spending money on unnecessary, duplicative, and self-serving contracts? That money could then be used to add counseling and mental health resources to our schools. Recently on KTLA News, they cited results from a recent poll conducted by ABC News and the Washington Post. A portion of the poll results are as follows. 55% were opposed to reducing police funding. 40% were in favor of reduced funding. I am vehemently opposed to the elimination of the AVUHSD School Resource Officer Program. I urge you to do the right thing to help keep our students, staff, and campuses safe. Thank you. The next comment is from Jose Hernandez. My children attend school in the AV High School District. They are good kids who stay out of trouble. Unfortunately, sometimes trouble comes looking for them. They have been threatened to be jumped, stabbed, offered drugs, and bullied. One of the things that makes me as a parent feel that they are going to be okay is to know that there is a deputy on campus. I know that there is administration and security, but sometimes that's not enough. Sometimes other community members try to come on campus or start things after school. Deputies can handle that in a different way than anyone else can. Please don't take away the safety from my children. Our family relies on it to send our children to school. The next comment is from Karen Camacho. I want the board to realize there is a problem with police presence on campus. They present themselves to be a danger and a threat to students on campuses. Black and disabled students are 3 times more likely to be detained and arrested by a police officer, which feeds into the school to prison pipeline. Many argue that police presence are supposed to put an end to school shootings, but there has been no evidence in a case where this matter would have been prevented. If you want to stop school shootings, get to the source of the problem, like gun reform. Why continue to have police on campus when there is evidence supporting that they cause more harm than good? I have siblings and cousins who attend these schools, and I would not wish to see them targeted. Take action and save these kids. The next comment is from Rihanna Perez. Removing law enforcement from high schools would be a terrible mistake. We can make opportunities for our youth to forge positive relationships with local law enforcement while they are in schools. School resource officers do not only respond to possible crimes in schools, they are proactive with school threats, presentations throughout the school community, and working with at-risk students. Do not risk safety in our schools. Instead, forge stronger bonds with youth and the law enforcement community. The next comment is from Nayeli Altamirano. If the board has done its research on policing in schools and the various school districts who have taken action to defund and remove, and also knows, which I'm sure it does, about the group disparities and discipline of their district, but sees no reason to remove law enforcement and reallocate funds towards alternatives to suspension and expulsion, then the message is that they simply don't care to do it. The next message is from Nathalia C. Personally, I support the reallocation of funds from campus police to more mental health support in response to my friend's experience in the AVUHSD school district. She struggled with a toxic home environment, which made it hard for her to do well in class. Rather than offer support, however, academic counselors threatened her with suspension and punishment and called her parents without notifying her first. The disregard for this student's mental health and lack of concern for her domestic safety by calling in her parents demonstrated to her that the school environment where she once found solace was not to be trusted anymore. After she graduated, she became homeless. Students often look towards their school for support. Therefore, funding should go toward more mental health counselors and meet the student counselor ratio of 250 to 1 to offer proper guidance, rather than use the police as a scare tactic and as a form of disciplining the population it's meant to protect. The next comment is from Jane Murcia. My name is Jane Murcia. I am an alumni of Knight High School, and I demand that the Antelope Valley Union High School District end its partnership with the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. Since the 1980s, there has been a steady increase of law enforcement on campuses around the United States. Some may argue that these officers provide protection for the students, but this could not be farther from the truth. Black students are 3 times more likely than their white peers to experience school-related arrest. Disabled students are more likely than their peers without disabilities to experience school-related arrest and suspensions. Students from schools with high populations of low-income students are more likely to experience school-related arrest. Police on campus leads to higher rates of suspension, expulsion, and arrests that funnel kids into the criminal justice system. As a part of this comment, resources are included, hyperlinks are included. Instead of spending funds on a flawed policing system and creating a hostile learning environment, schools can reallocate their money towards investing in mental health services. After-school programs, art programs, youth jobs, sports programs, school supplies, trade programs, tutoring, and other programs that uplift and motivate students rather than policing them. Rather than receiving training from LAUSD, staff and personnel can shift their focus to restorative or transformative justice frameworks, one focused on de-escalation and opportunities for healing and growth rather than punishment. The school could invest in peace builders and intervention workers to better the school climate, alumni and community members who are not connected to the injustice system. Law enforcement presence on campus tells your students, especially your Black, Brown, and low-income students, that they are considered threats, not scholars. And the problem is more than symbolic. A systemic issue nationwide deserves a systemic response, and AVUHSD can take those steps to begin a community-driven process to reimagine school safety that is non-carceral. We demand the school board cut ties with the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, as they are a key part of the school to prison pipeline and create unsafe environments that impede the education of our students. The next comment is from Lauren Golder, PhD. I am demanding that the AVUHSD cut ties with LASD and reallocate funding towards resources to improve students' well-being, such as counseling and support for at-risk students. In-school policing disproportionately targets Black and Brown students, disrupts education, and does not work to keep our students safe. Our kids deserve better. This is an opportunity for the school board to disrupt the school to prison pipeline and help all AVUHSD students reach their full potential. The next comment is from Tamara Mendelson. As an AVUHSD alumnus, I request that the board end its partnership between the AVUHSD and LASD. The $1.5 million that are spent on law enforcement on campuses does a great job at criminalizing students and preventing them from obtaining an education, but it does a poor job of actually making the space safe for students and teachers. Reinvest the money in other services that can support the students' mental health and their education, in programs that can give them constructive spaces for social well-being. The next comment is from Javier. Didn't the district just spend a ton of money last year on a company that was supposed to assess the safety of our schools? What did the report say? Did it say remove sheriff deputies from schools? If we were willing to spend $50,000 plus to pay a company to determine what would make our schools the safest possible, why are we ignoring the suggestion? Can we not focus on filling the identified gaps instead of disabling one of the major layers of protection that we have in place? Thank you for your time. The next comment is from Karina Arsenica. I feel safer with SROs close by and have only observed positive interactions between them and students. The next comment is from Kevin Brown. Police officers should not be in our schools. They do not help students learn, do not contribute to making the school a safer place. The SRO in my high school in Colorado was actually caught selling drugs, and they make a school a more intimidating and less welcoming environment. The funds that support these officers could be better served funding teachers, school supplies, and building maintenance, all the things that actually improve a student's educational outcome. The LA Sheriff's Department has no place in our schools, and we shouldn't be spending our limited education budget upholding this status quo. The last comment on 11A is from Iridian Cesares. Invest in trauma-informed practices for AV students and not in policing children, please. That concludes the comments on agendized items.
Thank you very much. Let's move forward to the non-agendized items. How many comments do we have?
There are 2 comments on non-agendized items. The first comes from a concerned community. Ms. Ruffin and Ms. Perel, I heard you comment in these meetings on multiple occasions about talking with parents of students in the community. Yet when I've sent you emails, there was no response. Why is that? Do you only respond to people who agree with you? That doesn't seem to be very open-minded to only lend your time to those constituents. Yes, I live in Area 5, who pat you on the back and agree with you. How exclusive of the rest of us for you to even fail to respond to an email? Disappointed in Area 5. The last comment this evening is from Sarah Carson. Now that it has been decided that students will remain at home for instruction for their health and safety, the next question is, what about staff? Over the summer, many staff members were required to work on campus. During this time, offices were not properly sanitized and employees were not provided with proper PPE. Adults, including site administrators, have been seen not properly wearing masks or social distancing. You continue to conduct board meetings remotely, so why would you expect any staff member to risk their health and safety to sit on campus with other adults when there are no students present? The idea of requiring staff, including management that does not have anything to do with the running of the school, such as program specialists, school psychologists, and speech pathologists, to be on campus is nothing short of reckless and callous. Tell us what is in the benefit of having employees on campus with no students during a pandemic. Much about the virus remains unknown and could be spread among adults working in a school building or during commutes to and from schools via public transit. The CDC's publications, Considerations for K-12 Schools, Readiness and Planning Tools, indicates that districts should offer options for flexible work sites, for example, telework. Will that be implemented for all staff? Governor Newsom's directive indicates periodic COVID testing of staff. Will that be implemented for all staff? Staff should not be bullied into an unsafe environment. This is not an issue of selfishness on behalf of staff. This is an issue of health and safety. What is selfish is an administration that would require staff to return to an unsafe environment. That concludes the non-agendized comments this evening.
Thank you very much. We are moving on the agenda. Moving forward, we are at number 7A, Educational Services. Review proposed revisions to Exhibit E, 4112.9/4212.9/4312.9, Employee Notifications and Board Policy, 4151/4251/4351, Employee Compensation. This is a first read and discussion. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees review proposed revisions to Board Policy E as presented. Do we have any questions or discussion? Hearing none, we'll move forward. We are at B, Education Services, review and adopt proposed revisions to Board Policy Administration Regulations, Board Policy AR 6020, Parent Involvement. This is a first read, discussion, and adoption. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees review, excuse me, and adopt proposed revisions to the Board Policy 6020, Parent Involvement. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Ms. Perrell. A second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Ruffin. Any discussion or questions?
I really hope that we start considering the parents when we, I know that this looks like we're writing that we want parent involvement. However, I'm not really sure if that's something that we consider, especially when we have most of our meetings non-pandemic during school hours. Most of this is a bedroom community. Most of our parents work out of the area. I'm hoping that these meetings will be scheduled at such a time where it considers parents' availability and ability to be present, especially since we're considering that now we're able to use virtual options to have them more included in that space.
Thank you. Any other comments or discussion? Hearing none, student board member, how do you vote? Mr. Johnson?
I'm sorry. Wait, sorry, Mrs. McGrady, before we go to the vote, I don't know if this is Julianne Villa. I'm not sure if there may need to be some consideration with this board policy to put some language in there that they may need to consider having parents be able to communicate with them via a virtual option before we vote on it. I don't know if there needs to be a revision to this or it's something that they consider.
Dr. Ruffin, if I could add, this new language brings the board policy up to current educational code and statute. We could add that in later, but what this does is allow us to open the school year within the compliance standards set out by legislators.
Absolutely, I understand that, but I don't want this to be thrown in there and it never comes back around and the parent's option is ignored.
The option to participate virtually?
Absolutely.
Okay. Noted.
Could I suggest that we go ahead and vote for it with a guarantee that we will bring it back with the virtual piece?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Johnson, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. An aye. Ms. Perrell?
Aye.
Aye. Dr. Ruffin?
Yes.
Yes. Mr. Rush? Ms. Rush?
Yes.
Thank you. Yes. And Ms. McGrady, yes. So that was 4-0 and a +1. So that passed. We are at C, Educational Services Review of Curriculum Guide, Advanced Robotics Build, first read discussion. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees receive the attached curriculum guide for review. Any questions or discussion?
Yes. Which of our schools has the robotics program?
Dr. Ruffin, we currently have robotics programs at 6 of our schools. I believe that Quartz Hill is one of the schools that does not have one. They're bringing one online, and Eastside High School is bringing one as a part of a curriculum this year as well. So at the beginning of the school year, we'll have robotics programs in all 8 of our comprehensive high schools.
Okay, so there's none at the, so SOAR Prep has it. Does any of the Palmdale Prep, Night Prep, and SOAR Prep, do they have it at the prep schools or
So the
no?
prep schools have a different, they do have it, but it's a different, it's called Vex Robotics. At the comprehensive campuses, it's First Robotics, and it's basically the size and complexity of the machines.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or discussion? Thank you. Moving forward, we are on D, Educational Services, the review of curriculum guide functional design through algebra. This is a first read discussion. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees receive the attached curriculum guide for review. Do we have any questions or discussion? Hearing none, we're moving forward to 8, Student Services Action Items. 2021 Non-Public School Master Contract, STS 21010, Mountain Valley Children and Family Services and Mountain Valley Academy. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees approve the non-public, non-sectarian school master service contract, STS 21010 with Mountain Valley Child and Family Services, Mountain Valley Academy, and associated individual service agreements for non-public school placements as needed during the 2020-2021 school year. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Ms. Burrell. A second?
Second.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Rush. Any discussion or questions? Hearing none, student board member, Mr. Johnson, how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye, thank you. Ms. Perrell?
Aye.
Aye, thank you. Dr. Ruffin? Dr. Ruffin?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Rush?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. And Ms. McGrady, yes. That was a 4-0 +1. Personnel Services Action Items.
Mrs. McGrady, what was that vote?
4-0 +1.
I don't understand.
This is
what-
student board
what you
member.
mean 4-0.
Okay. Personnel Services Action Items.
Mrs. McGrady, I don't understand what you mean by 4-0.
Four yes. No nays, and the student board member voted yes. So that was a 4 +1. To 0 were no other votes. Is that clear?
I'm not really sure why you're saying his vote, but okay, go ahead.
Thank you. We are at AVUHSD CSEA Collective Bargaining MOU regarding COVID-19 environment. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees approve the agreement with CSEA as presented. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Mr. Rush, thank you. A second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Burrell. Any discussion or questions?
Yes. For the record and discussion for the public, who is all included in the California School Employees Association Collective Bargaining Unit?
Dr. Ruffin, this is Brett Neal. This is the CSEA, our local negotiating team.
For the record and discussion for the public, can you list who within our district is all included in the California School Employees Association collective bargaining unit?
Karen White,
No, I'm not saying that. I'm talking about like the positions. Give examples.
these are classified employees. Some are grounds folks, some are maintenance. And they also have intermediate clerks. Those are the positions. Campus security as well.
This would also include our directors of security, correct?
No, they would not.
No, okay. So no directors of security?
No, directors are management. They're not part of the CSEA local union.
Okay. Can you tell for the public again, who participated in the terms of developing this MOU?
Well, the members of the negotiating team from the California School Employees Association, as well as working with the district negotiating team.
And who are they?
The district negotiating team would consist of myself, Mr. Hawkins, our director of personnel, our director of human resources. Let's see, I think we also have one of our principals, and our director of attendance also participates as well.
How often did you all meet?
I think we met 4 times total.
Was there a strategic plan that was shared? If so, will you all provide that strategic plan for review for the board?
I'm not sure I understand what you mean by strategic plan. This is the development of part of that overall reopening of the schools as we look to reopen the schools. And this is based on how the reopening would affect our classified employees.
Just bear with me, I'm taking notes.
Thank you. Any other comments?
No, I'm not finished. I have a whole bunch. What exactly, I'm looking at the 3rd paragraph on page 1. What exactly are the quote unquote workplace and instructional programs that you reference in the CSEA has committed to supporting via the continued learning?
It references our workplace conditions and the instructional programs that we provide our students.
No, it says here, it says workplace and instructional programs.
Correct.
So in the 3rd paragraphs, 1, 2, 3, the parties have a shared commitment in providing a workplace and instructional programs that supports the continuity of learning while mitigating the spread. So what workplace and instructional programs are you guys referencing?
We are looking at all workplace conditions and instructional programs that we would put in place that would support the continuity of learning and also mitigate the spread of COVID-19.
So can you be specific about the workplace conditions? I heard comments from specifically school psychologists that were more detailed. This sounds very vague. Have you guys, I mean, when you just discussed who met, it sounds like it was all management level people that met to develop this MOU. So did you talk to any of the actually unit members to see what workplace conditions they discussed with you all that are concerns to the unit members?
Yes, we did. This is both negotiating teams from the district and also from CSEA, the unit members. They brought.
I'm asking, what are some of the workplace conditions that they're saying?
Many of them are reflected. This is an introductory paragraph. Many of those issues that they brought concerns to us for are addressed in the MOU language.
Okay, I'm gonna skip that and go to the next one. What specifically will CSEA be doing to support the instructional delivery model? So what are the unit members going to be doing? So what specifically did you gather from the association, the educators, the administrators, and the parents? And that's in paragraph 4. On paragraph 4, it says, to support this, an instructional delivery model has been developed with input being gathered from the association, educators, administrators, and parents.
Yes.
It sounds like the people who participated in developing this was yourself, Mr. Hawkins, directors, principals, but you, in paragraph 4, it says that to support this, the instructional delivery model has been developed with input being gathered from the association, educators, administrators, and parents.
That's correct. The
So
instructional model that we shared with the board at our last board meeting, our special board meeting, was developed over many weeks and many meetings with not only our CSEA folks, but our teachers, and looking at other community members and parents and students through the surveys that we developed. All of that information was put together and gleaned together to create the instructional delivery model, the at-home learning model, as well as the at-school learning model that we shared with you at the last special board meeting.
Right. So on Friday, when I asked, and I screenshotted the guiding resources, and I asked, it said that the committee was teachers, site and district administrators, labor group representative, and counselors. There was no parents that were involved, according to what was shared on Friday. So I have a concern about that. My next question is, we have less than 5 weeks when school is expected to start. Is there a rough draft of the plan to meet with the board for the board to review what the plan is? Not the model of instruction, but the actual plan to support the unit members.
Well, just to clarify, we did receive parent input in regards to the surveys that we did have out there. This MOU is specifically addresses how we're going to reopen a standpoint of reflects upon our CSEA members. We are continuing to work with an MOU with our Teachers Association on what that looks like for them. Now that should be, hopefully, we're almost finished with that, and that should be brought to you for your consideration at the next board meeting.
Right, but you're asking this board to have a sense of accountability for a memorandum of understanding to blindly agree to something that we cannot see. So my next question is, the first paragraph on page 2 has already been modified. The first paragraph on page 2 says, the 2020-2021 school year shall be reopened under the learning model options for the families. And if the at-home, I'm going down, at the at-home learning model, distance model changes immediately, that we should come back to renegotiate. That has already happened. So I guess you guys need to modify this because that part has already happened. My next question.
If I may, it does say if closure is recommended by the local public health department, the district and CSEA shall immediately transition to the at-home learning model, the distance learning model. That decision was made last week.
Friday, exactly. So we already moved to that state.
That's
correct. We have less than 5 weeks. So the district cannot agree to this, as the superintendent has not provided a plan for the district. The board cannot exclusively agree with, I'm on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on page 2, the fifth paragraph. The board cannot exclusively agree to disposable gowns, gloves, eye protection, masks, especially not respirators, because most of our hospitals are struggling with protective equipment. So how can we in the MOU agree to respirators as stated in this paragraph right here? We don't even have a plan from our superintendent of what that looks like. Tonight we have on the agenda down the line where there's a line item of $500,000 for hand sanitizer. So I don't know how the board can agree on a memorandum of understanding that's talking about disposable gowns for unit members.
Yes, and we do have these PPE equipment in stock. We're beginning to order a lot so that we do have in stock. We will provide our unit members with those items. Now, again, part of those items will be distributed once we go back onto campus when our students arrive there. There will be some cases where we will continue to provide our employees with masks, gloves, gowns as deemed necessary. And again, this is an MOU. This is a memo of understanding that has been agreed upon not only by the district but by the bargaining unit members, and they are in. They are.
How many respirators does our district own?
The respirators are masks. They're a type of mask that we would be able to procure. I don't know how many have right now. We do have, I believe Mr. Hawkins might be able to help me out. From a mask standpoint, roughly 20,000 masks, and are continuing to look at additional supplies for those.
So I'm sorry. I think this says very clearly, it says disposable gowns, gloves, eye protection, and mask or respirator.
Yes.
Mr. Neal?
Yes.
We have a supply of all of those. We do have a supply coming from the state as well, which will be distributed through LA County Office of Ed. We expect that in the next couple of weeks. So all of those items will be in stock prior to students arriving on campus.
So we own, but this is not for students. This says for unit. We own respirators.
A respirator is
when our hospitals can't even get respirators.
I think you're thinking of something different. A respirator is
sorry,
like
excuse me, Mr. Hawkins. I'm not thinking of anything differently. I am reading what's on this paper. It says and mask or respirators.
Yes, and if you look up a respirator, it's basically a mask that has an additional filter to it. It is not the type of item that the hospitals use. So this is a mask that has additional filters on them for the safety, and that would be for nurses who may come in contact with a student that has or has symptoms of COVID-19.
I would like to see I would like for this board to see a more detailed plan, detailing this in writing with that question. I'm going to move to my next question. Issues of leave are very critical and are also detailed as a district-wide concern with our teachers who have childcare issues, our school psychologists, as someone had just written in and said, the board needs global data regarding the impact of this on our district and our ability to function. I know you all said that you've done a survey. I would love for the community to have the results of that information shared out more transparently. Is there, I mean, we've been in a pandemic since March. I'm not really sure like what the delay is. And I know the community has also asked Dr. Vieira to do town hall meetings. This, like I said, our board has only met one time since this pandemic in an emergency meeting to discuss these things. So I'm hopeful that we can get more talk as this is an iterative issue. Is there a timeline of when you plan to share the data about the sentiments from our staff?
I believe that those survey results on looking at learning models and the comfort level of parents in which of those learning models they placed their students was shared with the board at the last board meeting.
The details of, do we have details as to like childcare issues? How many of our teachers are willing to come back because they have students who are at home in elementary school that would impact them? Or we have that data. We have data with, I mean, I had a concern from a staff member who was complaining earlier this week about going to work and the majority of the staff refusing to wear masks and pretty much putting him in a position because the staff was refusing to wear a mask and he was wearing a mask. So I'm not sure if you've collected that level of data, or even having protective screens up in the school, hand washing stations. We haven't been provided with that level of information.
We have purchased plexiglass for certain areas on our campuses, hand washing stations, hand sanitizer. And just in regards to leave, with our teachers working from home, we recognize that they may also have students at their home who are distance learning as well, but they will be at home. The concern that we have with our CSEA members is some of those folks will be at work and may have childcare issues. So we are working with those individuals one-on-one through an interactive process to determine whether or not they might be able, within their position, to continue to work from home, and we're willing to work with our members on that.
Thank you. I'll look forward to seeing that information in writing. My next question is daily cleaning and disinfecting under that section. What is our ability to make sure we clean every class daily according to CDC guidelines?
We have the ability to do so. Not only do we have our custodians that we are bringing on, not only during the day, night folks bringing them on during the day, but part of this MOU was an agreement with our classified folks that we would temporarily change some duties and repurpose a number of our employees, especially if we're not having them on our campus. Their duties may change. Our instructional aides, clerical folks, campus supervisors, the unit, the CSEA folks have agreed to allow us and work with them on repurposing those folks so we don't have to go through rifts or layoffs. So we will have quite a number of our employees that will be repurposed to ensure that our classrooms are disinfected once we bring students back on our campuses.
So again, my concern is the people who were involved with making this MOU doesn't seem like it's really reflective of the actual unit members. It seems like it was more of a management level. With regard to temporary change of duties, it also seems like there's more detail that needs to be given to the change of duties, as they should be shared with the unit members prior to an automatic assignment and voted on within the unit. I mean, God forbid somebody signed up to be a secretary and the next thing you know, they have to do toileting and they weren't trained to do toileting, or for a child or something of that nature. I do believe that the unit member should have a voice in that.
Well, and if I may, Dr. Ruffin, and respectfully, they have this agreement is agreed upon by the unit members. The CSEA negotiating team brought it to their unit members, and they have approved this MOU. That is why it is coming to you now, signed by their officers for your consideration.
Well, I asked you who was all involved, and
yes, and I mentioned it was the CSEA bargaining unit team, their unit members, leaders, the leadership for their unit.
so maybe you can be a little bit more clear about what does that process look like, because that's still not very transparent to me. So can you shed some more light on that, because it's not clear?
Well, I'd be happy to. The CSEA, our classified union, has a negotiating team made up of their representatives that the members choose to be representing them. And it's usually the officers as well as other representatives that can speak to us as a negotiating team from the management side, the concerns that their members may have. So just as any negotiating process, this is their negotiating team, and what we were negotiating, not the contract, but the actual opening MOU, this is what was agreed upon by their bargaining.
So there was a vote. So how many people are in our CSEA group? How many members of our within our district voted on to have, there was a vote, and from this vote, their president or their leaders came back with their voice and presented this to you all?
No, that's not how it works. This is negotiated, and the tentative agreement is signed by both parties. The labor union then takes it to their members with their stamp of approval on it, and they have their own process of informing their members through meetings and communication through emails, especially now when we're in our distance model. And then they have their process of getting their approval. That's also tied in not only with our local chapter, but CSEA also has a field rep on their team as well, who works with the state CSEA organization and other school districts. And she has signed off on this MOU as well.
You know, I've been a, educator for 22 years and I'm very union friendly. Been a member of one of the hugest unions, UTLA for at least 18 years of my career. And anytime a big issue like this comes up, the unit members, we vote and our representatives actually hear all of our voices. I'm not really sure if this is not just the president's and their opinions for the group, but what I am sure of, looking at this agreement, this does not look like something a unit member would agree to. And it does not look like it's unit friendly to the members. So I'm going to ask my next question. The school facility closures, I think that the district has to consider its financial stability, issuing possible risks, and cannot automatically guarantee jobs outright. However, we should do everything in our power to ensure the safety first, the quality of the education for our students, and the employments for our staff. There's a statement in here that says that we would automatically pay, and that's just not something that our board should automatically consider. As a board, we are here to look at the fiduciary responsibilities of this district and be considerate of that. And lastly, regarding the confirmed COVID infection and what liability does the president, what liability does the president have with being informed of HIPAA privacy of individuals? That was the last request. So it says on here, like if someone is sick, that the president must be informed. How is this an MOU agreeable issue? That the president is informed if a unit member or a student, why is that the president's, why is the president privileged to that information?
The president is not privileged to the names of those individuals. It's just whether or not there are employees that have been contacted. So we can work with other members to look at contact tracing. We're not letting anyone know names of infected people, students, or employees. We're giving them a notice that we may have someone that has either been exposed or possibly has the virus.
Okay, and has anybody considered how does that leave the district vulnerable to litigation?
I don't believe it does lend us towards any kind of litigation. We're not violating any HIPAA laws, any rules of that sort. We're just working through the public health order and how we look at contact tracing and working with public health agencies.
Okay, my last issue is, and at what point do you all come back and turn around and decide to summons this board to have an emergency issue when matters shift? Do you have a 14-day turnaround where you revisit? Do you just say, oh, we'll wait till another month for another board meeting? I don't hear the serious nature or this being written up in that capacity in this MOU. And that ends my questions.
Okay, well, I appreciate your questions. And again, we feel that this is a very strong document. It supports our employees. It supports our capacity as a district to address the public health orders that are in place. And we know that they've changed over time. And we know that this is a fluid situation. We feel that we have language in here that does support our employees, but also gives us as managers and management to be able to act on things as they arise.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Neal. Do we have any other questions or comments from any other board members? Hearing none, Mr. Johnson, how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye, thank you. Ms. Prell?
No.
A no. Dr. Ruffin?
No.
No. Mr. Rush? Mr. Rush?
Sorry, I keep, yes.
Thank you. And that was a yes, and Ms. McGrady, yes. So that's a 2-2 plus 1 yes. That would be 2 board members voted no, 2 board members voted yes, student board member voted yes. Moving forward, we are at the 2021.
Ms. McGrady, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but this is Jay Furno. I
Yes.
think you might want to be just a little bit clear about the fact that it's a 2-2 vote and it doesn't pass, and that the student board member, though he voted to support it, his vote doesn't count. So I just want the public to be clear about that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I will try to be more clear with that. It did not pass. We will move forward to B, 2020-2021 designation of CIF representatives to the league. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees approve the 2020-2021 designation of CIF representatives to the league. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Mr. Rush. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Perrell. Any discussion?
I'll say that I'm glad to see this item back on the agenda, and that I know it's in the best interest for student athletes across our district for this to pass. And I'm hoping that we're able to restore our CIF representation despite missing the deadline for this. This is an important step to support our student athletes in the district. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. McGrady, if you don't mind, just for the board's clarification, we did reach out to CIF, and they were able to work with us on extending the notification. So they would, pending board action here, if it's positive, to go ahead and seat our representatives on that federated council. And just to also let you know, the Golden League has been represented well over the last few years. We, as being able to be voting members, and have been able to influence that Federation Council to add things to the CIF Blue Book that really do support our league out here in the Antelope Valley. And it has been well for our schools having that representation on.
Thank you. I'd like to
Mr. Neal.
Yes.
Do you think that I did a little research on this myself and found out that you know, we have to have a seat at the table as far as voting goes, and I'm just wondering how that seat at the table and being able to vote, I think that might be a little more important now with the change of the schedules of the seasons, that we're going to have input, or we're going to be basically, nobody's going to pay attention to anything that happens in the Antelope Valley because nobody will be there to champion their cause. Is that a fair assessment, do you think?
And that has been historical, Mr. Rush. As I mentioned, there are many issues that we as a Golden League have faced over the years, being distant from the southern section by our hills and mountains between us and the Los Angeles area. So it has been very beneficial to our league and our students out here to have that individual at the table, expressing not only the concerns, but also providing solutions and ideas in which are very favorable to that council.
Right. Some of the things that I was unaware of that our representatives deal with are well, let me read them here. They participate eligibility rules, student eligibility rules, that they work with the league and with the CIF to help students become and remain academically eligible, and while not compromising their academics. So there's rules, there's summertime rules, which are now going to probably be fall time rules by the time it gets around to being able to practice. And is it also true that in order to, I haven't verified this, but we're going to pay our dues to be a member of CIF, but not have a voting right if we don't have a representation. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Okay. I think that it's important that we have this, that this passes. I think that the students need it, if nothing else, to not travel all over California because we decided to not have a representative in place to champion our cause. That's all.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Yes, I think that these are great issues for our board to consider. And in the voice of the diplomacy, considering January 19th, 2019, we hired F3 to, and this is all for the record, we hired F3 to do a board workshop, and they presented to our board. We paid thousands of dollars that we actually do follow Robert's Rules of Order. And in any diplomatic process, under the veil of following a system, this item shouldn't even be on the agenda because the prevailing party who voted against it didn't bring it back. But since it's on the agenda, I'm glad we're having this discussion. On July the 20th, CIF also voted that they are postponing fall sports. So they're moving fall sports for the state of California. There's no fall sports that are going on right now. I'm not sure if Dr. Vieira has shared this with his team or notified the community of this change. Have you done that, Dr. Vieira?
If I could jump in, yes, Dr. Ruffin, we are allowed to do conditioning with our students based on the public health order, in potting our students and conditioning only, and taking into consideration the physical distancing. So we are allowed through CIF and the public health to continue those programs as students prepare and get in shape for when we are able to bring sports back.
But they're only for certain sports. So I think that we should be clear about that. And let me finish, please. There's some other things that we should also consider when we're talking with our students as well. You know, we're in a pandemic, and I think, you know, I brought this up last year. I've been on this board for 18 months. I brought this up last year. You know, we're a minoritized community. 80% of our students in this community are Black and brown. About 68% Latinx, 17% Black students. They are well represented in the sports that we play here. The data shows that 3 in 10,000 of our students are going to make it in professional basketball. 9 out of 10,000 are going to make it in professional football. Sports are very important to our kids. So that's 1 in 16,000 high school athletes that are going to attain a professional career in sports. And we're talking about the mental health of our students. And we're also talking about reallocating funds. So what are we talking about in this pandemic? We should be talking about student, scholars, and athletes. We should be talking about how are we helping these athletes right now? Because the chances of a Black youth and the chances of a Latinx youth actually make it in an academic in a professional athletic space is almost 0 to none versus investing in their academic space. But when I spoke about this several months ago, I was almost shot in my foot for talking this knowledge. I value sports. I was a student athlete. I was a coach at one of the most profound high schools in Los Angeles, Crenshaw High School. So I do value CIF. I value these students, but this should not be our top priority right now. So just not get the narrative twisted. How are we going to help these students mentally deal in this pandemic about their other options? Their athleticism, they should be a student scholar first and an athlete second. How are we helping them with their future trajectories? Having some skills when they actually come out of high school to be able to feed themselves and survive during these hardships, because they're the main ones, their family members, them, just like these teachers, are the main ones on the front lines being called in to go into work. And I'm going to rest on that while we're applauding these conditions. Like a lot of the people called in and said, until you walk in the shoes of these students, until you walk in the shoes of individuals who have to face these marginalizations every single day, you don't understand what this means for them. So please, let's step outside the box and not try to victimize this process. Thank you.
And Ms. McGrady, if I could, just to bring back focus to the action item, this item really just gives us the ability to have representation to CIF from our Golden League so that we could be influencers of what is happening in athletics in our high schools.
Thank you, Mr. Neal. We are, I believe, ready to take a vote. Mr. Johnson, how do you vote?
What, Mrs. McGrady, before you go for a vote, before you call for the vote, I'm gonna put a motion on the table that we just table this, considering we're not gonna have any fall sports.
I do not think tabling it would be wise, considering that we have already passed our deadline. And as Mr. Neal said, we have worked with CIF to get an extension. I do not think it would be wise to table it.
If I could also, just for clarification's sake, we will still have our traditional sports that are in the fall. We're just pushing those, the start times towards the end of the year. We're looking at continuing all of our sports that we offer, just that we're combining and shortening some of the seasons. So the goal is to have all of our students participate in all the sports that we offer. It's just in a more condensed time frame.
Thank you. I feel like I need to go ahead and say a little something too. I believe that sports are such an important part of our schools and part of the education system. For some students, participating in sports is a sole motivating reason they attend school. Student athletes tend to manifest stronger peer relationships, better attachments with adults, and higher self-esteem. They're less likely to engage in high-risk behavior. They tend to have a greater sense of initiative, persistence, and personal responsibility. And we will be having sports as soon as we can get back on campus. It seems irresponsible to put it off and to say we're not going to do this. This is for our students. So I'm calling for the vote.
Just one sec. I have one question to ask Mr. Neal. I want to make sure that I'm clear, Mr. Neal. All this does is authorize us to allow I think I know the answer, but for representatives that are teachers or coaches or athletic directors, the ability to be a part of this board so that we can have a voice when it comes time for sports to start back up again. And those decisions, I believe, will be starting sooner rather than later. So I think there's probably some kind of an urgency to get this done so that they can start participating in any meetings that are coming up, because they're going to be meeting all fall to set things up for the late winter. Be my guess.
Yes, Mr. Rush, they're meeting now. As we know, some of the decisions have been made in condensing the schedules, and so we would desire to have a voice on those committees that are making those decisions.
Thank you.
Okay, so Dr. Ruffin did make a motion to table the vote. We do need to see if we have a second.
Second.
Okay, Ms. Perrell did a second, and so we will vote on whether this is to table this or not.
For discussion, you need to ask for if there's any discussion, Joe.
Thank you. Do we have any discussion about tabling?
No.
Okay, I'll call for the vote. Mr. Johnson?
No.
No. Ms. Perrell?
Aye.
That's an aye. Dr. Ruffin?
Yes.
Yes. Mr. Rush?
No.
No. Ms. McGrady? No. So that's a 2-2. It will not be tabled, plus the student board member. So we'll go back to our regular vote. This is the vote. Do we have any further discussion on voting for this? Mr. Johnson, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. And I, Ms. Perrell?
I abstain.
Doesn't there have to be a reason for Mr. Furno for abstaining, not just wanting to?
It's expected that board members will cast votes except in two fairly specific circumstances, Mr. Rush. One is if there's a conflict of interest. Two, if the member does not feel that they're adequately informed to cast a vote.
Okay.
Ms. Perrell, how do you vote?
No.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. How do you
I
vote?
abstain, but if it's not feasible, then I'm voting no, but I'd rather abstain from this vote completely.
Dr. Ruffin, how do you vote?
No.
No. Mr. Rush?
Yes.
Yes, and Ms. McGrady, yes. So that was 2-2 against, so it did not pass. The student board member did vote for it. We are at C, the approval of a professional internship permit, a PIP. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees approve and direct the Assistant Superintendent of Personnel Services to submit a professional internship permit, allowing this individual to teach in the subject area indicated. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Mr. Rush, thank you. A second? I will second it. Any discussion?
I'll have a little discussion. Ms. Perrell, I think you might remember last year when we attended the career day, professional career day over at Palmdale High School. Do you remember that? Hello?
Yes, I
Ms.
do remember that.
Do you remember talking about what a great job Mr. Hunt did putting that together and how impressed you were with that?
Yes.
Okay, I'm just wondering, that's just a sample of what you're going to get when you vote to approve them. Thank you.
I would like to comment that Anthony Hunt began working for us in 2011 as a tutor. He's worked in the counseling office at Palmdale High School since 2016. We know him. We know he's an excellent employee. He has received exemplary reviews. According to the interview committee, he was the best candidate for the job. He's kind. He works well with our students. He's continued his education by going to school to become a teacher. We need male teachers. We need African-American teachers, and he is an African-American male, and he's already proven himself to be an excellent employee. For transparency purposes, what possible reason can we give for not voting for him? No reasons? The only reason that comes to mind for me would be the fact that he's exercised his First Amendment right of protest and he's spoken out at board meetings. But if we are retaliating against him for that, that could be considered a personal vendetta. Do you have any other comments or questions?
I'll say something. I'm thankful that the board brought this Mr. Hunt's permit back to the agenda. I was very saddened that it did not pass at the June meeting. I've seen Mr. Hunt's dedication and care for the students in our district and at Palmdale High School. He's attended some ICC meetings in the past. And in preparation for this item tonight, I reached out to a few students at Palmdale High School to tell me more about Mr. Hunt. An incoming senior at Palmdale High School said, "Mr. Hunt just brightens your day. I have worked with Mr. Hunt through Link Crew and other after-school activities at PHS, and he has great leadership skills and shows inclusiveness and care to all Palmdale High students. Mr. Hunt would do anything for students at PHS, as I have seen with many friends of mine in the past." When I asked the student if they thought Mr. Hunt would be a good teacher, the student answered, "Mr. Hunt would be the type of teacher I would be excited to go into class with. His smile would make my whole day. He is the teacher that a lot of kids need." The student did not want me to share their name tonight, and I can assume it is because of the rude treatment that the member of Area 5 has exhibited to many students that share their opposition toward her opinions, including myself. I had other students reach out to me, and I will send their words to any members of the board or public that would like them. I believe this decision is simple. However, if there are still doubts that members of the board have about Mr. Hunt's ability to become a teacher, I urge you to listen to students that spend every day with Mr. Hunt. Thank you.
So I will comment on this. You know, some people in our community, I am so happy that they're being allowed to voice their opinions and they're not being marginalized or met with diversions or the old guards forms of derailment that has been prevailing in this district for a number of years. I'm not surprised that the depth of the level of attacks, and I'm so open to the level of collaboration and open to any forms of disagreements from anybody. You know, you expect that. But what's surprising to me is, you know, we put rules in place, we put systems in place, and to any depth to keep the status quo living, we get exactly what we have right here. We get this matter being brought back to the board for a vote where Robert's Rules of Order has already said that if a item that has been voted on has failed, how does it even become an item back to a board unless the prevailing party has brought it back? I didn't bring it back. But when you're dealing with a system that makes their own rules and they don't see you and they marginalize you, considering myself, that's why we're even having this discussion. We shouldn't even be having it, but because it fairs those who are making the comments that they're making, we're having this discussion. It shouldn't even be an item to be discussed.
Ms. McGrady, can I respond to that, please? Because
Yes, please. Please do.
that's an inaccurate statement that Dr. Ruffin has made twice tonight, as well as in previous board meetings. Fagan Freeman Full-Frost did a presentation for the school board over a year ago. I went back and looked through the presentation, and there is no statements at all in there that this board is subject to the Robert's Rules of Order. I've looked through the board bylaws. I've looked through the Brown Act, and again, rest assured that this board has not adopted Robert's Rules as operating procedures, and you are not subject to follow Robert's Rules of Order.
So if you guys can see this, here is the manual that we have right here. Mr. Fernald is lying. He shouldn't even be sitting on this board. The board majority has voted him out. He doesn't even have a contract in this district. I can open up this manual right now. You can see it with your eyes. I can go through here and vividly show you on each page where it shows you. Please ask Dr. Vieira to send you this manual from Fagan, Friedman, and Full-Frost. I hope you can see this. And this presentation that was done right here, I'm posting it. You can ask for a public records release. I will show you, I will personally make a copy and send it to any community member, anybody who asks for it. You will see on every page and every presentation. As a matter of fact, if it takes my life, I will make sure that I create a website and make this available for anybody that wants it. Jay Fernald is a liar. As a matter of fact, he doesn't even have a right to be on this board. He is corrupting this board and he is giving us false information.
Be careful about making slanderous and libelous and defamatory statements, Dr. Ruffin.
I don't have to be slanderous. It's the truth, Mr. J. Furno. You do not have a contract with this board, and why are you even here?
Dr. Ruffin, I would ask you, please, please. Do not open us up to more lawsuits, please. Let's try to return to the vote. I believe we were.
Right, I think they might have forgot what the subject matter on this vote is. It's
Yes.
for approving Mr. Hunt as a teacher, and it's on the agenda. We can vote on it. So here we go. Let's go.
We have a motion, we have a second, we've had discussion, I'm calling for the vote. Mr. Johnson, how do you vote?
Aye.
An aye, thank you. Ms. Perrell, how do you vote?
No.
No. Dr. Ruffin, how do you vote?
No.
No. Mr. Rush?
Yes.
Yes. Mrs. McGrady, yes. It did not pass. It's a 2-2. 2 voted for, 2 voted against. Our student board member voted for it. We will move forward. Just like to say once again, this is an African-American teacher that we are not going to have for the coming year in a special ed class that will now probably have a long-term substitute teacher. Let's move forward to D, approval of a provisional internship permit. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees approve and direct the Assistant Superintendent of Personnel Services to submit a provisional internship permit allowing this individual to teach in the subject areas indicated. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Mr. Rush. A second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Perrell. Any discussion? Hearing none. Student board member, how do you vote? Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Aye. Ms. Perrell?
Aye.
Aye. Dr. Ruffin?
Yes.
Sorry?
Yes.
Yes? Did you say yes?
Yes.
Mr. Rush?
Yes.
Yes. And Ms. McGrady, yes. That's 4 votes for it passed, and the student board member voted yes. We are at E, approval of short-term staff permit. It is recommended the Board of Trustees approve and direct the Assistant Superintendent of Personnel Services to submit a short-term staff permit, allowing this individual to teach in the subject areas indicated. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Ms. Perrell, thank you. A second? I'll second it. Any discussion? Hearing none. Mr. Johnson, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. An aye. Ms. Perrell, how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye. Dr. Ruffin?
Yes.
Yes. Mr. Rush?
Aye.
Aye. And Ms. McGrady, aye. That's 4 votes for, it passes, and student board member voted yes. Approval of variable term waiver. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees approve and direct the Assistant Superintendent of Personnel Services to submit a variable term waiver, allowing this individual to teach in the subject areas indicated. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Mr. Rush. A second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Perrell. Any discussion?
Ms. McGrady, just for clarification, you may not have seen the variable term waiver before. This is really due to the issues with COVID-19, in where some individual teachers could not complete their coursework because of the shutting down of courses. So the state has allowed this variable term waiver. These are our current employees who would normally be interns by now, but because they were unable to finish a last class, we are applying for the variable term waiver for these next 2 individuals.
Thank you, Mr. Neal. I appreciate the clarification. Any questions or comments? Okay, we'll call for the vote. Mr. Johnson, how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye, thank you. Ms. Perrell?
Aye.
Aye, thank you. Dr. Ruffin?
Yes.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Yes. Mr. Rush?
Yes.
Yes. And Ms. McGrady, yes. Not 4 votes for yes, plus the student board member voted yes, it passes. G, another approval of variable term waiver. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees approve and direct the Assistant Superintendent of Personnel Services to submit a variable term waiver, allowing this individual to teach in the subject areas indicated. May I have a motion?
Motion.
That was
Second.
okay. Mr. Rush made the motion. The second was Ms. Perrell. Any discussion? Hearing none, Mr.
Ms.
Johnson, how do
McGrady,
you,
which one? I didn't hear where you were. Where did you didn't call out? Which one did you just say?
I'm sorry, what was your question?
I didn't hear which one you were on. It just
G.
Okay, got it.
Okay. Mr. Johnson, how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye. Ms. Perrell?
Aye.
Aye. Dr. Ruffin?
Yes.
Yes. Mr. Rush?
Yes.
Yes. And Ms. McGrady, yes. That's 4 votes for yes. It passes, plus the student board member voted yes. We are on H. Personnel Services approve a job description of Director of Equity. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees approve the job description, Director of Equity. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Mr. Rush, thank you. A second?
Second.
Second, Ms. Perrell. Any discussion or comments?
Yes. Dr. Vieira, what is the outcome of Dr. Noguera meeting with your leadership team?
Mr. Neen, could you go ahead and give us an update with regards to, I know, our recent conversations with Dr. Noguera and our upcoming admin series?
Absolutely. So we started our work with Dr. Noguera and PAN Limited back in December of 2019. Part of that was working with our administrative group as a whole through our admin series. We were able to get 2 sessions in before the pandemic hit. The other part of that is working with the individual administrative leadership teams and educational leadership on each of our respective campuses, and they were able to get through 2 meetings before the pandemic hit. So within the last 2 weeks, been in contact with Dr. Noguera's staff to kind of reformulate our plan to bring them back. They will be coming back on our campuses to continue to work on the action plans right after Labor Day. And then we will have them back with all of our, virtually with all of our administrators through our admin series at our December date TBD. But that's our plan, is to continue where we left off, potentially make some adjustments given the current circumstances and additional need, a refocusing of equity given the current circumstance. But that's where we stand at this point.
So on the work that you did do, what did that look like?
So which one, or do you want to know what all of them are?
Well, you said you met with him for 2 meetings. So
Sure.
What did that consist of? What you said the first 2
Excuse
meetings?
me, can I interrupt here for a second? Could we pull back in? We're way off target. We are supposed to be talking about a job description for Director of Equity.
Excuse me. This is very relevant, and these are my questions regarding this position. Dr. Pedro Noguera is an equity expert that we hired in this district that came on to work with the leadership team, and we're talking about a Director of Equity. Is this not relevant?
Thank you. Go ahead.
So the work with Dr. Noguera in the admin series was about a 2.5-hour presentation by Dr. Noguera. It was a presentation, a workshop, a discussion with him and our site and district administrators. That was in December. And then in early February, Dr. Nakia Orange came in and led the administrators through a similar workshop, but addressing what institutionalized racism, what predisposed biases look like. And then the plan was to continue. Of course, the pandemic hit and closed us down. So that was the first part of it. That's our Leadership Institute. The other part of it is the action planning. And there's 2 support providers that work for PAN Limited, and they've been working individually with the administrative and educational leadership teams on each of our campuses to assess, to do a needs assessment, and then to work collaboratively to develop an action plan that's unique to each of the sites. And there's a district leadership team that is a part of that as well. And we went through 2 meetings as well.
Okay, so so you said there's a district leadership team that's a part of that?
That's correct. It's members of educational services, student services, and personnel that participated.
And are they all management level, or is it like teachers?
This was all directors and coordinators. Teachers would be working at the site level.
Okay. And Dr. Vieira said that, and I spoke with Dr. Noguera as well. He said that he was supposed to be coming to do a board presentation. Do you know when that's supposed to be?
I'm not familiar with that, Dr. Ruffin.
Okay. Do you know how this position would be funded?
I believe the funding for this would be targeted.
Okay. Do you know how many principals of color we have in the district?
Principals, high school principals, we have one.
Of color is also not just African American, any Latinos or?
You're correct. You're correct.
Asian?
We have two.
Okay. How many women do we have that are principals?
I believe at this point we have two as well.
How many men?
11.
How many APs do we have that are of color?
Now I'm trying to run through my head at each site. Brett, do you have an admin chart handy?
I don't, but I can get one real quick.
Okay.
Dr. Ruffin, while he's looking for that, could you tie this in to the Director of Equity position for us?
I am, ma'am. Just give me a minute.
So I apologize. What was the question regarding our
How
administrators?
many assistant principals do we have of color in our district?
2.
Two. And how many of assistant principals are men and how many are women?
4 female, 4 male.
4 assistant principals that are male, not vice principals?
Assistant principals, correct.
Okay. How many VPs are of color?
As looking at over a quick look, it looks like 16.
Okay. And how many are men and how many are women of the 16?
Just one quick second. Of the 16 or total, Dr. Vieira?
Of the 16.
I'm sorry?
Of the 16.
Okay, let's see. And again, a quick look, it looks like 8.
About 8. 8 are men and 8 are women?
I'm sorry, 9 male. Looks like 9 male of the 16.
Okay. And I think on Friday, roughly it was about 19,000 students, a little bit over 19,000 students that we're expecting next year. And of that population, is it fair to say that it's still about 80% of our students are minoritized youth?
That's probably an accurate number.
Okay. So the reason why I'm presenting this data for the community and for the board to be aware is to show the disproportionality of the ethnicities and the gender when we're looking at diversity and equity, even within our staff. A lot of members of the community, Mrs. McGrady, since you asked me specifically, why am I asking for this information? Because the community specifically talked very intimately about who's representing us in the classroom spaces and who they are, and asking us as a board to consider them as individuals and how we're caring for them and their students. Dr. Vieira mentioned that the district wasn't ready last year for the anti-racism discussion when we had students within our community that dealt with the blackface issue at Quartz Hills High School and Lancaster High School.
That is an incorrect statement. I did not make that
So
statement.
can you clarify what you said?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Can you clarify it, Dr. Vieira? I'll wait for you to clarify your.
Don't recall that statement even ever being made. This is the first time that I've heard that, Dr. Ruffin.
Okay, so can you clarify where, Dr. Vieira, so I'll ask you, where do you think our district stands in dealing with anti-racism issues?
It's conversation for another time with you, Dr. Ruffin.
Okay, thank you. When myself and previous board member, Mr. Davis, spoke a year ago, I felt like I was in the middle of a modern day lynch mob myself. Recently, I had a chance to meet with teachers in the district. In the past 18 months, I've been met in silos and I've been meeting with them in silos. And they are afraid. And they are afraid, and I can't even tell you of the levels of retaliation that they have shared with me about even the mere suggestions for speaking up about how to have more integrated forms and spaces with students. In fact, it has been reported to me that people on your staff, Dr. Vieira, have intentionally reached out to my place of employment because the work that I'm doing in this current community has impacted my job. It seems that these same threats that your staff is experiencing and how gravely afraid they are to speak up out of fear that they will not be promoted, their words, for position or given overtime, and the hostile work environment that they're experiencing within the Antelope Valley High School District are the matters that they want the board to consider when electing somebody for this position for the diversity of equity. These are the matters that we have to address as we're trying to dismantle some of these issues. These are the very issues that are hindering equity and the status quo. So I strongly believe that our human resource policies and our procedures, our contracting as well, our vendor relationships must be looked into. Along these lines, issues regarding culturally relevant pedagogy. These are conversations from the teachers within this district. Having qualified staff to deliver instruction with fidelity. These are direct comments from teachers within this district. Issues of implicit bias training. At some point, these are direct comments from teachers within this district. Implementing access to Black student unions and not having a stopgap. These are direct comments from teachers within this district. Universal African American mentorship programs. Again, these are direct comments. And they did tell me that they also met with Mrs. McGrady and Mr. Rush. Supportive equity teams with the following members involved: teachers, cafeteria workers, attendance clerks, parents, and students. They want all of those voices heard. These are some of the demands that they talked to me about. They also said that they would like revised and updated grading practices and a marketing management team. This is all going to require the district, to me, from their comments, teachers, they would like a district-wide climate survey of students, staff, and administrators from an outside team to be reflective of their voices prior to considering hiring a director of equity. They also said they believe that this is a great effort for the board, but they do not feel that the position from a director level will be one that will be met with severe change. It would be a continuation of what has been. So I'm going to move that this board put a RFP for a district-wide climate service to be completed by the end of December 2020. The RFP should go out within 2 weeks. I'm also suggesting that the total budget for this climate district-wide survey be no more than $175,000 for this project. We already have $128,000 slated for the director's position, which I am suggesting that we table, or I'm outright going to vote no on it, because I do not believe that our district is in a space to really talk about diversity and equity on the level that we need to give it credit, because we don't really have any data that would lend the voices that we need on it. Dr. Noguera was summoned to support a year ago. The pandemic just happened March the 13th. So a year ago, we didn't move on it. We missed it. I really think that we're dragging our feet. And I only think we only created this position right now because we're in a social justice movement at this point. So that is my suggestion.
Thank you. I would just like to point out for folks who may not know this, well, you would know this part of it, because if you were listening, you just heard this board refused to give an African-American teacher a job. For those of you who haven't been following what this board has done, just a little over a year ago, the board majority fired Bridget Cook. Bridget Cook was an African-American woman who was our in-house counsel, the highest paid African-American woman in our district. And yet we just listened to what we just listened to. I believe we're making a step in the right direction. We're looking for people. A committee of folks came to us. They asked us to put this together. They asked for a director of equity. We've been working on that. We put this together as a possible position for us. We think it's a step in the right direction. And I'm sorry, but I don't see any reason of spending $175,000 on something and just keep pushing it down the line. Let's get this started and start trying to heal, if you will. That's my thought on it. Anybody else have a comment or any questions or anything that you would like to say?
I completely and wholeheartedly agree with Ms. McGrady on this.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, I'm calling for the vote. Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Aye. Ms. Perrell?
No.
No. Dr. Ruffin?
I believe I put a motion on the table to do.
No, you didn't make a motion. You said you'd suggest that, but you did not make a motion.
Okay, so I'm voting no on this.
Okay, Mr. Rush?
Yes.
Yes, and Ms. McGrady? Yes, so that is a 2-2. It did not pass. The student board member did vote yes. So we will not be having a director of equity. So moving forward, we are at 10, business services and action item. This is conduct a public hearing on resolution number 2020-2103, temporary interfund transfers. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees open, conduct, and close a public hearing on resolution number 2020-2103. We open the public hearing. Excuse me, I think, no, I do. I have to open the public hearing at 9:08. Do we have comments from the staff or board?
Yes, Mr. McGrady, this is Brian Hawkins. This gives the district ability to borrow intra-funds for cash flow purposes, because the state is going to be giving us significant deferrals on our monthly apportionment. And this is just allows us to borrow intra-funds. Now, when we borrow money from one fund to the next, if it's outside of, I believe, 120 days to the end of the fiscal year, we pay it back in the same fiscal year. If we we borrow within 120 days of the end of the fiscal year, then we can pay it back in the following fiscal year. So, for example, the deferral starting in February that the state is going to basically stop paying us from February through June. They will then start paying us back in July through November. So we're just looking at making short-term borrowing for cash flow purposes. Thank you. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Hawkins. So I'm looking at 4 checks, specifically 3. I'm looking at a check for $4,161. Right here, if you can see it.
Who's it made out to or from?
It's the treasurers of the Los Angeles County. It was issued to us at the 611 Fagan, Freeman, and Full Frost. I'm looking at another check for $40,326, Fagan, Freeman, and Full Frost. And I'm looking at another check for $26,410 that was given to the board at the last board meeting for Fagan, Freeman, and Full Frost. Dr. Vieira said on multiple occasions he was going to direct pay Jay Furno for his services. I looked randomly through board agendas from today, 7/23, 6/11, 5/21, 4/23, and 12/12. I just randomly picked these and I went to the area that says direct pay. And I looked at these because these were board meetings that were post Robert Davis stepping off the board. And I do not see on any of those direct pays where it lists Mr. Furno's name on there for direct pay. There is a place for signature for the governing board. On this check, you can see there is no signature. It says there is a place for signature for a governing board member who signed. So I'm asking, who signed these checks? And it's a list of all of these. Next, it says Deborah Duardo.
I never see it. I can't read the check on the screen. I have just a very small picture.
So you can see this right here.
I
So
see
here's
Los Angeles County.
Here's the checks, and there's the signature right there.
I can't
And
make that out.
There's no signature on this one, but I'm assuming that they were cash because this was what was sent to the board. So the next one has a space for Deborah Duardo, the county superintendent, to sign. So if these 3 checks for $48,000, $40,000, $26,000, which was given to the board, were signed, and Dr. Vieira signed these, I want to know which board member did that. My next question is, what fund does these monies come out of when these checks are delivered like this?
The general fund.
The general fund. Okay. So who approves this, Dr. Vieira?
We have the contract for F3 for this fiscal year.
F3 does not have a contract.
Through June 30th.
F3 does not have a contract. Back in October, actually September of 2019, F3 had $0 in their fund. That is when Dr. Vieira said he was going to direct pay them.
I think you're confusing a purchase order with an actual contract.
No. Okay, so here's the deal. Even if F3, you're right, sir. Even if F3 has a contract with the district, they have no funds in their budget because this board has not approved any monies to F3. That's why Dr. Vieira said he was going to direct pay Jay Furno. So here's my question. And this is for our board and the public to know, what denotes people to be on the direct pay schedule in our agenda, and why is Jay Furno left out of there and he's given a special check to be paid out of?
My question for you is, when did you hear Dr. Vieira ever say he was going to do a direct pay? You're saying some of these things.
He said it in multiple meetings. He said it in multiple meetings. And it is on the record where he said he is direct paying Jay Furno.
I think it's very important, Ms. McGrady. I just want to clarify because it's about me. I haven't received a single check made out to me from the high school district.
Okay, so why did
the
Dr.
statement's inaccurate.
I'm asking
Yeah.
Dr. Vieira this. Why are board members, why do I have, I'm not a special board member. There's no reason why Dr. Vieira would have sent me 1, 2, 3, 4 checks. And in the email that's right here, when I asked him, how's Mr. Furno being paid? He sent this to all of the board members. So I'm gonna go to my next question. Who approved this? Because this board did not approve this. Now this makes sense to me why, Dr. Vieira, you tried to do this and do a board takeover. You have been insubordinate to this board. Your actions are illegal. This is why you and Mr. Furno tried to use board bylaw 2210, which you never got any approval for those board actions. I am asking Dr. Vieira, I am asking for your immediate resignation as the superintendent of this board. And I'm absolutely voting you out of your position. You are engaging in corruptness with Mr. Furno. You're acting like he is your personal attorney, and he is not. And I am in constant belief that this is stealing from the board. This is proof of it right here.
What section are we on here? Are we on section 10A or B?
And how do we, as a district, give
I'm sorry,
you
what
the right to
what
move
number are we
money?
on? A or
How do we
B?
give you the right as a district to move monies blindly?
Ms.
when you
McGrady, are we in A or B?
know where monies
We
are
are
going?
on 10A. We are
Okay.
on 10A.
Does that have anything to do with what we're talking about?
No, it has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Okay,
So let's close that public meeting at 9:16 and go to B, adopt the resolution number 2020-2103, temporary interfund transfers. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees adopt resolution number 2020-2103 for temporary transfers of funds for cash flow purposes. May I have a motion?
motion.
Thank you, Mr. Rush. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Perrell. Any discussion about the transfer of funds for cash flow purposes?
Dr. Vieira is illegally funding Jay Furno's pay via him saying.
We're going to stay on the agenda now. So if you have a question or comment about
I
this,
vote no on this.
please give it. Okay, any comments about this particular agenda item? Hearing none, student board member, how do you vote? Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Aye, thank you. Ms. Perrell?
No.
Did you say no?
Yes.
You said no. Dr. Ruffin,
No,
would you say that a little louder?
no,
Dr. Ruffin is a no. Mr. Rush?
Yes,
Yes, and Ms. McGrady is a yes. We will not be able to have funds, be able to transfer funds. So that's 2 no's, 2 yeses, and student board member voted yes. Mr. Hawkins, I'm speechless. Moving forward, authorize AESCO DSA Special Inspection Services and Material Testing for the Verizon Cell Tower Project, A number 03119741 at Lancaster High School. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees approve AESCO as a laboratory in support of the Verizon Cell Tower Project at Lancaster High School. May I have a motion?
motion.
Thank you, Mr. Rush. A second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Perrell. Any discussion? Hearing none, Mr. Johnson, how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye, thank you. Ms. Perrell?
Aye.
Aye, thank you. Dr. Ruffin? Dr. Ruffin?
Yes.
That was a yes. Mr. Rush?
Yes.
Yes, and Ms. McGrady, that's a yes. 4 voted yes, it passed, and student board member voted yes. Authorize Stephen, we are on D, authorize Stephen K. Pate, DSA Inspection Services for the Verizon Cell Tower Project A03119741 at Lancaster High School. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees approve Stephen K. Pate, or Patey, I'm not quite sure, for DSA Inspection Services in support of the Verizon Cell Tower Project at Lancaster High School. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Mr. Rush. A second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Perrell. Any discussion or comments? Hearing none. Mr. Johnson, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. And I, Ms. Perrell.
Aye.
I, Dr. Ruffin.
Yes.
Yes. Mr. Rush.
Yes.
Yes. And Ms. McGrady, yes. That one passed. 4 voted yes, and Mr. Johnson voted yes. We are on 11A, Administrative Services Action Item. Now, this is a discussion, School Resource Deputy Program. On A, I believe we have a presentation. Is that correct? Yes, so that's Mr. Neal. Mr. Neal.
Yes, thank you, Ms. McGrady. And yes, this is an item for the board to discuss regarding the School Resource Deputy Program. I have the privilege of maybe prompting your discussions with some information. And so if you would indulge me to spend a couple of minutes to discuss student safety, but not only student safety, but also student support and how supporting our students and providing safe facilities really do blend together. So thank you so much again for this opportunity. With any discussions, I'm sorry, Mr. Allen, go ahead and change the slides, please. With any discussions that surround the safety of our campuses and our facilities, and in addition to the systems of support for our students, it's really important for us to kind of fall back onto our guiding principles that would influence those decisions that we take as a district. And that benchmark for our district is our mission statement. Our mission is to provide a safe and secure learning environment that promotes a rigorous curriculum and enables our students to develop the necessary academic, technical, and work-related skills of the 21st century. Next slide, please. So one of the many elements that we have developed over the years relating to our safety on our campuses, safety for our students, our staff, and our surrounding communities, has been our relationship with the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. And on July 21st of this week, the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors approved the School Law Enforcement Services Agreement for the School Resource Program. And this action that was taken authorized the extension of the program from July 1 of this year through June 30th of next year, 2021. And I believe currently there are a total of 18 districts from 12 different stations that participate in this Los Angeles Sheriff's Department SRO program. The SRO program goals really are designed to be consistent with the county's strategic plan in the areas of operational effectiveness, children and family and adult well-beings, community and city services, and then public safety. And so this program, as we know, enables the SROs to work with districts and site administrators to provide the necessary resources for the unique issues that do happen on the high school campuses, and specifically on our campuses within the Antelope Valley. In addition, the SROs also coordinate with city officials and fire departments, district staff, to prepare and plan for natural disasters, earthquakes, and acts of violence that could take place on our campuses and then in surrounding neighborhoods. And so with the approval of the SRO extension from the LA County Board of Supervisors, the local stations, the local sheriff's departments who participate in this program will now be reaching out to their partnering and participating districts to discuss what support needs there will be for the 2021 school year. Next slide. And so all of our board members and district office staff and faculty recognize that we've had a long standing and appreciative partnership with the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department for really more than coming up to three decades now, 25 years or so. And our school resource officers are really part of our school communities. And that's what our desire is as we work with our SROs to really take ownership of those campuses. And they are the first responders. As a matter of fact, we have had in the past, I believe one of our district graduates went into the Sheriff's Department and became the SRO for his high school alma mater, and enjoyed the opportunity to work with the staff and students at that school. Next slide. As you can see, our partnership with the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department really is reflected in many ways. We do see them as a community liaison between our school families and the Sheriff's Department. We encourage that creation of a positive relationship, modeling the importance of a strong community and law enforcement partners. They do partner with our school site safety, our directors of school site safety, as well as our campus security staff, to really look at our campuses as a whole and begin to plan and creatively look at ways to ensure our campuses are safe, and work together in conjunction to put together those strategic plans. They serve as a direct connection to reporting a suspected child abuse. In many cases, when our faculty members, staff members have come into situations where they, as mandated reporters, must report those allegations, they go to our sheriff deputy on our campuses, and that's the direct connection in order to report those allegations. And then really most importantly, as they look at conducting drills and exercises related to emergencies and active shooters, extremely important, but also have become very integral in conducting the threat assessments. Tens and probably close to hundreds if we look past the last 2 to 3, 4 years, looking at those threat assessments and dealing with those threats that are seen over social media are passed down into our student populations and our faculty. And matter of fact, many of those threats do come directly from our students, our parents, and our faculty directly to our school resource officers on our campuses. Next slide. And so as we look at ensuring the safety of our schools, there's a number of individuals who work closely together to assess our students and staff and facilities safety. And really beginning here within the Division of Personnel, with our Director of Personnel, teaming with the lead sergeant that has been working with us, Sergeant Jeff Hutchinson, and again with our new team leader for this past year, Justin Rupert. And then along with those leaders, we do have 9 school resource officers, 1 at every comprehensive site, and then 1 that is assigned to alternative sites. Pairing up with our faculty, our staff on our campuses, with the 9 directors of school site safety, our 8 campus supervisor 1s, and then the 73 campus supervisors that we have throughout our district. And let's go ahead and next slide, please. Thank you. So when we look at our school site safety and our partnership with our SROs and our directors of school site safety, our campus security folks as well, we need to look at it more than just one-dimensional. And so part of looking at school safety also addresses the continuum of mental health services that we provide to our students. We have committed to and developed numerous methods of working with our students, our families, to provide those support services that are so sorely needed. And we have really committed quite a bit of our human capital as well as our financial capital to this endeavor. From our school site counselors and systems of support, we provide more and more intensive interventions for our students by bringing on outside organizations as well. Go ahead, Mr. Allen. So under the leadership of our Assistant Superintendent of Student Services, Ms. Shanlyn Williams, we have really put together a concerted effort over the past 5 years to really reduce the support personnel to student ratio. And so we've dedicated to our students a lot of, again, human capital to address the social and emotional needs of our students. And again, this is a list. It's not an all-inclusive list, but here are some positions that we have that provide those supports to our students, from the Director of Behavior Interventions, our coordinators of guidance and psychological services. We have across our district 64 counselors, 66 if you include the counselors assigned to our adult ed programs. That let me finish these here. That we have 22 school psychologists, interns, educational social workers, mental health therapists, and then this past year dedicated 60 plus of our sections, equivalent to approximately 12 full-time equivalent teachers for school site student support centers. So really well over $10 million of funds have been dedicated to staffing these positions where we are providing social and emotional support for our students. And again, there has been a concerted effort to reduce that support personnel to student ratio. So if we look at what our state ratio is between students and counselors, it's a ratio of 609 to 1. Currently at our district, our student to counselor ratio is 330 to 1. And if we add in these additional support staff into the mix of the support that we have for our students, we're really looking at a 215 student to 1 social and emotional staff ratio. So we're very excited to continue to look at how we're providing those supports to our students and looking at ways that we continue to work with them to provide not only our students, but our families to provide those very much needed support services. Go ahead, Mr. Allen, please. Next slide. And so again, when we look at our more intensive services, looking at our staff that we can look at supporting our students and then moving to more intensive support services, we look at that continuum of mental health support and looking at it from a referral basis to our on-campus school-based mental health agency partnerships, our educationally related intensive counseling services, our ERICS department, our co-ed teams, our collaborative educational direct services teams, as well as community resources that we have with our Antelope Valley Partners for Health and our DMH School Threat Assessment Response Team. Next slide, please. And so you can see here, and again, just a smattering of the different systems of support that we provide all of our students, different programs, many initiated by our individual staff members who have a passion to provide those services, whether they're in clubs or courses that they teach or working with students in small groups. And you can see, again, these are, it's not all inclusive, but a taste of the different systems of support that we provide all of our students. Next slide, please. In addition to that, when we look at our students with disabilities, we have additional layers of support for them. For our autism students, sensory rooms, DIS counseling, behavior support plans, and again, some of the wraparound services that we provide with some of our outside agencies. And then next slide. In addition, we have another layer of support for our foster youth, our resilient scholars. And again, these are systems of support for those students, our foster youth counselors, ambassador programs. Wolf Connection is for quite a number of students, but also especially for our foster youth students. Independent City has been a fantastic program that we have been doing for a number of years. In addition to that, you will see tonight on the agenda the Foster Ed Partnership, as well as I think Ms. Williams will be presenting opportunities for the board to take action on some programs with DCFS, where DCFS will house a social worker on 6 of our campuses. And then last slide, I believe, Mr. Allen. So just again, thank you for the opportunity to share a little bit of information for you. I hope that helps Ms. McGrady with the discussion that you're going to have with your board members.
Thank you very much, Mr. Neal. We sure appreciate it. That was an excellent presentation. Any discussion?
Yes. I sent out a couple of questions for Dr. Vieira to provide for the board. For the public's information, Dr. Vieira makes the board agenda available for us on Fridays. Thank you very much. That means we get an opportunity to look it over on the weekend. On Monday morning, I gave him several questions to provide with the board, and one of them was—
Dr. Ruffin, we're talking about discussion on the resource deputy program.
Absolutely.
Okay, let's keep it.
Allow me to have my discussion, and this is what I'm talking about, please, because it's just very disrespectful.
I'm asking you to keep it to the topic.
It is to the topic. So I asked Dr. Vieira to provide for the board information so that we can have this discussion, Mrs. McGrady. And a part of the discussion in the items that I asked him to provide to the board, Mrs. McGrady, was the current contract. And since he did not make it available, Mrs. McGrady, and the rest of the public, I'm sharing the contract that I currently have with the Sheriff's Department. It currently says, this is my first question, that we are in contract with the Sheriff's Department from July 1st, 2017 to June 30th, 2019. Dr. Vieira, is there a more current contract than this? Because the presentation that was just done says that we have a newer contract.
The contract ended June, you just read it. It ended June 30th.
Okay, so if it ended June 30th, 2019, then why was the presentation that just was presented said that we have a current contract that has a different date?
We're June 9th, we are in 2020. It ended June 19th, 2020.
So this contract right here says the term of the agreement shall commence July 1st, 2017 or upon execution by the sheriff, which is later, and shall terminate June 30th, 2019. I asked Dr. Vieira for the most current contract. I'm asking Dr. Vieira. Dr. Vieira, is there a more current contract than this one?
If I could add, again, this is Brett Neal. On October 24th of 2019, the board did approve on a 5-0 vote the extension of that contract. It was a 1-year extension, and it went through June 30th of 2020.
So just for clarification, this past June 30th, 2020, we no longer have a contract with them.
That is correct.
So right now, we do not have a contract with the with the Sheriff's Department.
That is correct.
Okay, so just so it's clear for the public, we're having this discussion to defund monies, but we currently do not have a contract with them.
That is correct.
Okay, so just so that it's clear. And in order, so just for the public, that is clear. In order to fund the RSOs, this board would have to agree to bring them back. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you. So I'm glad that that is clear for the board. Now, moving forward, it is also my understanding that we gave a 17% raise to our security staff, which included our directors of security in our schools.
Just the directors. You
Just our
voted on it.
directors. Just
You-
our directors.
You voted on it. You and Ms.
Absolutely,
Burrell voted on
absolutely,
it.
absolutely. I think they were more than
Yes.
deserving.
Yes.
And I also want to say, I do not support qualified immunity. With that being said, if this board is in agreement ever with supporting future RSOs, which I think they do add value to our schools, I want it to be clear. The Antelope Valley Union High School District covers 2 cities. It covers Lancaster, the city of Lancaster, and it covers the city of Palmdale. But this current contract is only with the city of Lancaster. Am I clear? Is that correct, or am I wrong?
I might be able to help shed some light. And again, you are correct. We do not have a current contract with them. As I said in my
With who?
presentation.
Can you clarify?
last
You don't have a
Tuesday.
current contract with whom?
Well, please, let me just quickly finish. The Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors just this past week approved the SRO program. Now the local stations that have had contracts with districts in the past will reach out to those districts to see what those needs are going to be. And we fully anticipate working with them to see what potential needs we have for this next year, especially in the distance mode, and then staff working with the board to look at what that might be for your consideration.
Okay, and so just for the community to also hear, we have 7 schools in Palmdale. We have Highland, Little Rock, Palmdale, RX Paris High School, Night Prep, Palmdale Prep, and Palmdale High School and Night Prep. And then the schools that we have in Lancaster is 8 schools that we have in Lancaster. So would there be any issue of having 2 separate contracts? Having a contract, if this board so chose, to bring on support with the city of Lancaster and the city of Palmdale if they so fit? Because I don't understand why we only do business with the city of Lancaster Sheriff's Department for RSO support.
Well, and I'll jump in. Yes, historically we've had a contract with the Lancaster station. It's again looking at coordinating the work between district staff and district administration, as well as the SROs. It would behoove us to work with one station, but again, based on board desire and as a board, the direction that we would receive, we would move forward. But again, no decisions have been made, and obviously, whatever proposals may or may not be brought forward is based on what needs we would foresee in a distance learning model, just as our billing was adjusted at the end of the contract through the months of March through June, due to the fact that a lot of our SROs were not on our campus because we didn't have students, and the Sheriff's Department did adjust billing for us on that.
I didn't hear that last part, sir.
Yes, this past spring, from roughly March, when we moved students off of our campus and our faculty off of our campus, the Sheriff's Department worked with us in reducing the billing of the contract because we were not using SROs during that time. We did continue to work with the leads, and so we continued to support the contract in that way, but they did drop those billing requirements during that time frame.
So I know one of the things that was asked to be shared with the board was their actual timesheets per month. So it's my understanding that the RSOs also, in so many words, double dip. If they are being called to transport for their units, they leave our schools and they do those transports as well. So that would be valuable information to still provide with the board if there is a consideration of the ways in which they would be considered. In addition to that, you know, providing with us, according to the contract that I have, it doesn't show anything in here in regards to their depth of social emotional training or their knowledge base when they're dealing with threat assessments. You know, my years in education shows me that they've been a member of the team, but they haven't been the lead of the team. We have 11 SROs within our school district at $1.7 million. That's approximately $200,000 per SRO. I haven't heard anything about, we also requested to get the job descriptions of our actual directors of security. And it looks to me at what I'm looking at, we have approximately 8 to 9 security supports at each one of our schools, with the exception of Desert Winds, Phoenix High Schools, RX Paris, where we have 2 to 3. So I didn't see anything in your presentation that showed the community what exactly do those 9 individuals do, or those 3 individuals do? How has the level of training supported them? What are supports that we're trying to do that get away from more of the more you know, physicalness that they're having? As you can see, it's been an alarming outreach, and thank you to the community for expressing your concerns and showing up, and the teachers expressing the ways in which they feel, and even to those persons who feel like they should be there. I think that there's room in the conversation for everybody to talk about the ways in which that they feel safe. But I don't hear, I didn't hear in the presentation where there was any room in the talk for reallocating funding where we even set up safe spaces to have this talk or this conversation. You know, I don't see where we're putting that in the narrative. Can you talk about what that would look like?
I apologize, Dr. Irvin, I'm not sure what you're asking.
So having teams of people from the community, having time where we can actually plan out the safety support. So there was 2 people who had mentioned what this previous board had done in regards to security. We hired on Lieutenant Frank at $50,000 to come in and do a gap analysis of safety concerns. He presented that information in closed session to this board. And I recall every board member in there not having a problem with anything that he shared. He actually shared some phenomenal information. And I agree with that person who said what happened to that report. And I asked Dr. Vieira, why hasn't he shared that information with the community and the mandates of that report? I believe I asked.
I can tell you that Mr. Davis has it. Mr. Davis has that report.
Dr. Vieira has that report. Dr. Vieira has been having that report.
That is not correct.
Okay, I will do a public information request myself to get a copy of that report, and I will share it with the entire world of what that is.
Great.
Because
Dr. Vieira does not have it. Dr. Vieira does not.
Because the information that was shared in there is definitely safety measures that we need for this district. And this is the kind of debacle that lives in this district. I mean, it has to stop. We have to come together for the betterment of our students and our community. That being said, thank you so much for this presentation. Thank you so much for clarifying where we are. Just to reiterate, I think I heard you say, we currently do not have a contract with the Los Angeles Sheriff Department at this time. Their contract is up, and we're in negotiating as a district the ways in which we feel like they can provide services to us. Once you guys determine that, you'll bring it back to the board and the board will vote on what those services look like. In the meantime, the $1.7 million in so many words is up for grabs, and this board has the option to reallocate those funds. Is that fair to say?
Well, just for some little bit of clarification, we are not in any negotiations with our sheriff's department at this time. And again, the local sheriff's department has not yet reached out to us to work through the approved amendment that the County Board of Supervisors put forward. Those dollars that were allocated, again, that was part of last year's budget. It was reduced. We did not expend $1.7 million. Whatever comes forward with that, with any other discussions that we may have with the Sheriff's Department to bring to you for your consideration, would reflect what our needs are. And again, with our students not being on our campuses, I anticipate that need being quite reduced.
But right now we have monies available to reallocate other places for supports if the board so chose.
Dr. Ruffin, if I could add, those monies are in the LCAP towards school safety, student safety, specifically in support of the sheriff's contract. So to say that they're up for grabs would be incorrect. They could be reallocated in some form towards school safety.
If this board chose, but that's kind, I don't understand that. If this board chose, so those monies are not earmarked for, those monies don't have to be used for security, right?
For school
If
safety.
the board right now chose that, saw fit that there was a need for more mental health support in this district, the board could choose to use those money for mental health supports. Is that true?
That's not correct. That might require an amendment to the LCAP.
Okay, but that's something that can be changed or worked on.
It could be worked on.
Thank you.
Anyone else have any discussion?
Yeah, I do. I just want to thank everybody that emailed me. I agree with Dr. Ruffin. It's one of those rare cases that I appreciate everybody's input, no matter what side of the fence you're on this issue. I met with Ms. McGrady in a Zoom conference or a Zoom meeting with some former students that are doing well, and I appreciate the fact that they're getting involved at such a young age in their community. I met with, again, another Zoom with some teachers, counselors from school sites all across the district. And I talked and attended a Zoom meeting with all the directors of security. And I spoke personally on the phone with, I think, all the principals on the comprehensive sites except one. So I really am looking for input. And believe me, it varies a great deal. And I look forward to working on this, figuring out a solution to it. I think there's good ideas on both sides. I'm not willing to say what they are right now. I want to verify some of the thoughts before with some of the. I appreciate that Mr. Tilton reached out to us and invited us to that meeting on Zoom with him so we could get the input from the teachers and the counselors as well. And, you know, it's just, there's a lot of support for both sides, and we're going to have to figure out how to get around it. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, let's move on. We are at 11B, review and adopt proposed revisions to board bylaw 9250 remuneration, reimbursement, and other benefits. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees review and adopt revisions to Board Bylaw 9250 remuneration, reimbursement, and other benefits as presented. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Ms. Perrell, thank you. A second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Rush. Any discussion?
I would like to ask for this board, I move that this board do a board workshop where the board can work on this without Dr. Vieira acting as the 5th board member.
I don't think it needs to be worked on. I think it's pretty good the way it is.
Right. For transparency, let's explain what's happening. In the 9 years that I've been on the board, attendance for board members has only recently become an issue. A board member previously asked for information concerning board members and their absences, so I thought it might be appropriate to share that. In 8 years of board service, Barbara Willebrand missed 1 meeting. That was scheduled the day after a surgery. Danita Wynn did not miss a single meeting in 13 years. Michael Dutton missed 2 meetings in 4 years. However, one of those meetings was a special meeting scheduled after he was out of state and could not return in time. And this was prior to the time of Skype meetings. The other missed meeting was due to a death of a family member, and he was out of state. Dana Coleman missed 1 meeting in 4 years. Bob Davis missed 3 meetings in 4 years. John Rush has missed 0 meetings in 2 years. And in 9 years of service on the board, I missed 1 meeting due to hospitalization for surgery. Since November, 8 months ago, Dr. Ruffin and Ms. Perrell have each missed 6 of the 14 board members. Both have missed 13 closed sessions out of 14 meetings. We've not had a quorum for closed session since December. We've been unable to perform as a board and make necessary decisions in closed session. Our current board bylaw 9250 states, in order to receive compensation for any board meeting, the board members shall be present for the complete meeting or for at least 50% of the meeting time. Now, we are attempting to change that to reflect the necessity of requiring board members to attend the complete meeting in order to receive the monthly stipend.
Thank you, Mrs. McGrady.
You're welcome.
As things have been changing, I would also like to add to that where we are in time and space. I do believe that you guys were probably in different spaces in your positionality and probably your careers that probably called for your presence on your jobs. I also know that many of you guys were considered insiders, and when you're marginalized and you're an outsider, certain accommodations are made for you to be in attendance. For example, we had a board meeting, and at that board meeting last year, Mrs. McGrady, where you were directing a play, I believe, you didn't miss a meeting because at that board meeting, you had us change the entire meeting to a different date so you would not miss. And for the record, I don't attend closed sessions, and I believe I gave my 3 reasons at the beginning of every board meeting. Dr. Vieira's cabinet being in full attendance, which is a Brown Act violation, the hostility that I received, and I will say it again, the first day that I came onto this district as an elected, the first African-American on this board, and we talk about the white supremacy and those issues, I'm not going to be remiss that I was the only board member on this board who was asked to take a drug test. None of you guys were asked to take a drug test. That was just some of the marginalizations that I experienced. And then the last reason why that I don't attend closed session is because this board, via a board majority, and Mr. Harris has a board resolution that was adopted by the board majority. But since Mr. Davis is no longer on this board, it seems like everything that was voted on prior to him leaving off this board is now null and void. But that's considered Robert's Rules of Order, which again, Mr. Fernald says we don't follow. So let's give some context to these things and these claims when we posture them in such a way where it kind of victimizes. So I'm gonna really put some context around that. And the other issue is, as long as I have been a board member, as long as I have been an educator, I've been an educator for 22 years. There are other issues in this contract that we're dealing with, and this why I think we need to have a board workshop. It also says in here that if you have been a board member for 12 years, you get lifetime benefits. You know, I bust my behind every board meeting. I actually spend almost a week and a half in preparation for this. Like all those meetings that Mr. Rush, with all due respect, says that he meets, I do that and some. So it's not just showing up to the board meetings, it's all the other work that we do as board members, meeting with our constituents and students and so forth. But I don't know what board member deserves lifetime health benefits just because they served on the board for 12 years, when teachers who've been educators for 12 years or 22 years don't get lifetime benefits. So I believe this
Can I interrupt you for a moment as you're talking? Please know.
Let me finish. I believe that, let me finish. I believe that this deserves us working as a board to address those issues in a board workshop, because Donita Wynn is one of those board members who gets lifetime benefits. And I don't think that unless, and I asked Dr. Vieira to provide this information on Monday to the board, how many teachers who bust their butt in this district for 12 years get lifetime benefits? How
Ms.
many?
Ruffin,
No, these are valid issues.
No one is
Right.
receiving
Right.
lifetime benefits.
Yeah. If you read,
On the back of this, it says right here,
if you read the last sentence, read the last sentence.
The district shall pay health insurance premiums for retired board members who served in office January the 1st, 1981, and who have served a total of 12 years or more. Dr. Vieira provided this board with a list of board members last board meeting, and Donita Wynn is one of them. Look at the information.
It's not.
Look at the information that he said.
Excuse me, just a second, just one sec, please. In the same thing you're reading there, it says this benefit shall not be granted to board members whose first term of office began on January 1st, 1995. So nobody is on the board that I don't even think there's anybody alive that still gets the benefits. So it doesn't exist anymore.
That's still getting it, and that's my point. If we're gonna look at this, let's look at it thoroughly. Let's look at all points of it. Let's not try to victimize for your own benefit.
I don't even, what does that mean? What does that mean?
I just explained what that meant.
No, victimize for my own benefit. What does that mean? It doesn't make sense.
To you. This is a new era. You got people, you got things that come up. Just like on Friday, I was at Robert Fuller's family member's funeral. Mrs. McGrady didn't put a call out to these board members to give us options of what days would be best for us to meet to have a board meeting. She didn't give us a choice, did she? No, she did not. So it was no discussion. It was either you come or you don't. But when she sat on this board for her convenience as a white woman to go to her play, we agreed to change it. But she can sit here and say she hasn't missed a meeting because it was convenience to her because she had privilege. Thank you.
I'd like to bring us back to what you were just saying. We have no one receiving lifetime benefits. That ended in 1995. It's not even an option. There is no one still living who is receiving lifetime benefits. That's it. No one is receiving that.
If I could maybe add also, just from our Human Resources Division, and I oversee that and I oversee our benefits, we have no one, board member, employee, anyone that is receiving any lifetime benefits. No employee, no board member receiving lifetime benefits.
And I'll just clarify, as this is Jay Fernald. that the language itself doesn't provide for lifetime benefits.
So as a steward of public funds, while we're just talking about this, I believe we must check our records and identify during the last 8 months the meetings that board members have been paid for attending when they were absent. Mr. Hawkins, I would ask you to check your records for us.
Mr. McGrady, that is not true. There was a board meeting that I did not attend that that Superintendent Dr. Vieira did not pay me for. I did not question it because I already know that there's no equity here and I do not get marginalized. It did not come up for a resolution. I just did not get paid. And he told me he made that decision unilateral. Go pull the records. Everybody who called in today, ask for public records and see that for yourself. I did not get paid. He made that decision unilaterally, and that is a form of discrimination.
That is absolutely incorrect. I did not make any unilateral decision.
Whoever made the decision, guess what? It did not come to the board for this board to vote like they're going to vote for Mrs. Perel shortly on the next item. It was made, and I did not get paid.
Ms. Perel requested that that item be on the agenda. You were provided the same.
And it's a fact.
Request that it be brought forward.
And just a matter of fact, that meeting that I missed was because the RSO in my school district had died. And when I provided you with that information, you didn't give me the courtesy. So thank you very much. Marginalization, discrimination, a form of hostility. Thank you, Dr. Vieira.
Let's go back to what we were talking about, which is pay for board members. Right now, you are being paid for attending a meeting that you are refusing to come to half of it. So
no, it's not refusing. I just gave you the facts.
Yes,
Mrs. Brady, I gave you the facts, but you refused to listen to them. When I give you the facts, you refuse to listen. You want your truth to live instead of listening. Thank you. Call for the vote. The question.
Sure. Thank you.
I would like to make a comment.
Yes, please.
Getting back to it, I believe that these revisions are important, considering the place we're currently in. To have a functioning board includes attending the complete meeting, including closed session. And these members of areas 4 and 5 have made a mockery of our board meetings with their attendance. We have witnessed students in ICC spending weeks on their presentations, on many occasions met with an absence of board members because they could not be bothered to do their duty. Attending the entirety of a meeting for compensation is not too much to ask, and attending closed session is not that much to ask. Thank you. Thank you.
Any other comments or discussion?
I have a motion on the table. I have a motion on the table, Mrs. McGrady, for this to be for a workshop. So I move that we have a workshop to give this for the board, not for Dr. Vieira, for the board to put language in this policy that is conducive and in the context of the current board members.
You're making a motion that's not on the agenda, Dr. Ruffin. Ms. McGrady, can I offer one final thought?
Sure.
Just from the legal standpoint, regarding the health and welfare benefits, the change at the bottom of page 1 is to be consistent with the current government code section dealing with health, the right of board members to receive health benefits.
Okay, so to clarify for us, we must do that so we are in line with the benefits, health and welfare.
I would certainly recommend it, and what it basically says is that the board members can't receive any greater benefits than the most generous benefits that are provided any category of non-safety employees in the district.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Dr. Ruffin has made a motion that we have a workshop concerning this.
Can she make a motion just in the middle of a?
Yep, she just did. Yeah, she did. She just made a motion. So do we have a second?
Second.
So it has been moved and seconded that we have a workshop. Would you like to have some, does anybody have any discussion? I'm not sure that a workshop is going to help us. Basically, what we're trying to do is require board members to come to meetings to be paid. And then we have to take care of the health and welfare benefits so that we're in line with the program. And right now we are not. So we have to fix that. That's my opinion. We don't need a workshop. But anybody else have any discussion or comments? Let's call for the vote. Mr. Johnson,
No.
Ms. Perrell,
Aye.
aye. Dr. Ruffin,
Yes.
repeat.
Yes.
Yes. Mr. Rush,
No.
no. And Ms. McGrady, no. That's a 2-2. So it did not pass. We will not be having a workshop. Mr. Johnson also voted no. So we'll go back and call for the vote on this. Any other discussion? Any further discussion? Mr. Johnson, how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye, thank you. Ms. Perrell?
No.
No. Dr. Ruffin?
No.
No. Mr. Rush?
Yes.
Yes. Ms. McGrady? Yes. So we are 2-2 and it did not pass. Mr. Johnson also voted yes. So we move forward to C, adopt a resolution number 2020-2101, board members' absence. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees approve resolution number 2020-2101, board member absence, that would allow board member Amanda L. Perrell to be compensated for her absence from the board meeting held on June 11th, 2020. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Ms. Perrell. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Ruffin. Any discussion?
Yes, this particular board meeting, my great uncle passed away the day before, and I'm his next of kin and had to plan his funeral as no one else that he provided anyone else but myself. And I was out of state at the time, so that's all I have to say about it. But he passed away June 10th.
Okay. Any other discussion? Mr. Johnson, how do you vote?
No, I have a little
Oh,
bit
okay.
of
Excuse
discussion
me.
here. I
Yes,
mean,
go ahead.
First of all, I'm very sorry for your loss. That being said, I have a hard time voting to pay you when you've missed so many past meetings. To me, you've already received compensation for this missed meeting by all the other meetings that you've missed. I can't wrap my head around how you even had the nerve to put this on. That's all.
Any other comments or discussion? Hearing none. Mr. Johnson, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Perrell?
Aye.
Dr. Ruffin?
Yes.
Mr. Rush?
No.
And I apologize, I didn't repeat those. Mr. Johnson said aye. Ms. Perrell said aye. Dr. Ruffin said yes. Mr. Rush said no. Mrs. McGrady says no. So we are going to the approved consent agenda on 12. The actions proposed for the consent agenda are items consistent with adopted policies and approved practices of the district and are deemed routine in nature. The board will be asked to approve all the items in the consent agenda by a single vote, unless any member of the board asks that an item be removed from the consent agenda to be considered and discussed separately. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees approve the items listed in the following consent agenda categories: educational services, student services, personnel services, business services, and administrative services as presented. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Mr. Rush. A second? I will second it. Any discussion?
Ms. McGrady, did you ask for all of them to be considered as one?
That's typically what we do. Yes.
I have multiple items to be pulled, and I'm going to suggest if we can do each section, or if you just want me to list all of the items to be pulled.
What we typically do, are you pulling them for discussion or are you pulling them for a vote?
I'm pulling 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for a vote. I think it'd be better if we just went by categories. For under approved consent agenda, under 13, for 13R, I want to pull for a vote.
Okay, say it one more time, please.
For 13R, I would like to pull for a vote.
13R, okay, for a vote. What else?
This is in the area of 13R. I'm not sure if you just want to
Well, we
vote for that.
typically pull the ones that we want to do out separately and do the rest of it and then come back to those. That's what we've done in the,
Okay, I'm just trying to make it clear for you. I would like to pull 16B.
I'm looking for it. Hang on, 16B, okay.
And I asked Dr. Vieira for this. I'm looking for the competitive bids for 16B, pulling 16C.
16, which one?
16C as in cat.
Thank you. Is this for a vote or for discussion?
For vote. I'm looking for a competitive bid for that one. 68,712.
Okay, well, let's pull the ones and then we'll go back. We'll vote on the others and then come back and discuss them and vote on these individually. What else?
Pulling 16D as in David.
Thank you. What else?
Pulling 16E as in Edward.
Okay.
Pulling 16I. And the number is D as in David, P as in Paul, 2000554.
What else?
And I'm pulling 17B as in boy, section 16A. From the board and superintendent is my comments.
We'll discuss them when we come back to them. We're just pulling the ones. So is that all? That's at the end of it. So, okay.
And then I'm pulling 2100384. This is Brinks Incorporated Armed Security Services.
What number is that?
It's 21.
I'm sorry, what like consent, under the consent 14?
It's all the way in the back. It's it is under the it's all the way in the back. It doesn't have a it's actually it doesn't have a page on it, but it's under the purchase order schedule. And it's 2100384.
Okay, but I'm trying to find it on the agenda. So it's like
it's behind direct payment schedule.
So it's under I. Okay. All right.
It's behind 16I. Yeah.
So it's another one on I. So there's two on I. Okay.
Under I, it's a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things.
All right, let me go over them and make sure we have them all.
And the last one is under I, Mrs. McGrady, is 2100453, the hand sanitizer for $500,000.
Okay, so you have 16B, C, D, E, 2 on I, and 17B. Is that correct?
Well, 13R.
Oh, and 13R. Yep, I missed that one. Okay. All right. So
13R,
what I would ask is that we
14A, 16B, 16C, 16D, 16E, 16I. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Oh, you only gave 2 a while ago.
No, so for 16I, it's kind of confusing because
Okay,
it's
well, you know what? We'll pull I and then we will, because we won't be voting on it anyway, we'll discuss it when we get to it. All right.
Great.
So
Yeah.
let's go back and anyone else have anything they want pulled? Okay, let's take a vote. I believe we already had, yes, we did, a motion and a second. So we will vote on the others and then we'll do these individually one by one. So is that okay with everybody? I think that's the cleanest way to do this. So any other discussion on the ones not pulling. Okay, Mr. Johnson, how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye, thank you. Ms. Perrell?
Aye.
Aye. Dr. Ruffin?
Yes.
Yes. Mr. Rush?
Aye.
Aye. Ms. McGrady? Aye. That they passed 4-0 and Mr. Johnson voted aye. Now we will go to 13R, Educational Services, the annual renewal of agreement with Cafe Conlechi. Dr. Ruffin, you're up.
So, this is for the discussion?
Discussion or vote, whichever you wanted.
Oh yeah, I wanted to vote on this one.
That's what I
So,
thought. I thought you said you wanted to vote on all of these.
well, we're voting individually, right?
Let's take them one at a time. You want to vote on this? Tell us what you're thinking.
So, there's I've been speaking with a lot of people within the community, and they've been really pumping up this Dose Nations, this radio station, and they also have a English and Spanish news outlet. They're in multiple stores, Vallartas, a lot of different spaces, and I would like to give them an opportunity to have a contract with our district if they could come on. So that's my comments.
Okay, so we are taking today, what's on the agenda is the vote to renew the agreement with a Cafe Conlechi. So I need a motion.
Motion.
Thank you, Mr. Rush. I need a second. I'll second it. And any discussion on whether we pass this one today for Cafe Conlechi? Hearing none. Mr. Johnson, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Perrell?
No.
Okay, I'm sorry. Mr. Johnson said aye. Ms. Perrell said no. Dr. Ruffin?
No.
No. Mr. Rush?
Yes.
Yes, and Ms. McGrady, yes. So this one did not pass. It is a 2-2 vote with student board member voting yes. Our next one is 14B. Business Services Consultant Agreement with Brian Hayes, DSA Inspection Services for various projects. Is this for a vote or is this for just discussion?
I had asked Dr. Vieira to provide competitive bids. Do we have any, I want to vote on it. Do we have any competitive bids, or is this the lowest competitive bid?
This would be Mr. Hawkins.
Yes, if I might, on all four of these, they are not competitive bids because the state requirement is the amounts are less than the state requirement. 1, 2, these professional services, and these are contracts with companies that we've been doing business with for quite some time and have provided excellent service to us. Whether it be Mr. Hayes, he's come out on evenings and weekends when needed, or if we look at item C, the security service, this is the company that monitors our security alarms. If we were to change, we would have.
Mr. Hawkins, I can't hear you. You sound like you're in underwater.
Well, I'm not. Excuse me. If I was moving on to item C, the security agreement, that's the company that monitors our security alarms. And if we were to change, it would be more costly because we would have to change a lot of equipment. 1, 2, they provided us excellent service. Oh, okay. I'm having a problem with my computer. I will be back on in a second. Go.
So if you could understand that, he's getting to a different device.
I hope.
All right. Is this better?
Can you hear him now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. It was my laptop, I think, was giving out.
Well,
Anyway.
once is bad enough.
On item C, it's the our security service that monitors our fire alarms. If we were to change them, we would have quite an expense in hardware changeover. One, two, they've provided great service because they cover our fire and burglar alarms. If we look at item D, that's with our pest control service, primarily for rodent services for our cafeterias. And they've provided us excellent service as well, and timely, that they're out within hours if we need be. And finally, on the item E, those custodial services, those are for the Halston property. And if you remember, we have half of that property is rented to the LA County, which uses it for their health and human services. And part of the lease agreement is that we provide custodial service. Now they pay for it, but we provide the custodial service, and that's what this is for. And they've actually provided awesome service whenever the county is called. And if they've had a individual that they thought may have COVID issues, our custodial company within an hour has had an employee over there at the site disinfecting. So these are service agreements. This is different than bidding for construction services on other items that we're used to. And these are all below state required bid limit.
Any other questions?
So let me just see if we're clear. You're saying that for B, C, and D, well, let me just make sure I get it. For the security company, if we switched out from this one, we would have to change out all of our equipment. There's no competitive.
It's the monitoring equipment, so it's not all fire alarms, but it would be changing out some of the monitoring equipment, which would cost more.
And we didn't get a competitive bid for B and D because
we've done business with these companies and they've provided good service. I kind of relate it to if you've had a family doctor, you don't go for the cheapest doctor in town. You go to the one that you feel is best for you. Once again, here, these are companies that have provided great service. These are only an annual contract, and should they not continue providing good service, we can terminate these agreements at any time.
Mr. Hawkins?
Have we ever tried to negotiate with them if we see that there's, you know, a more competitive bid in the community that's lower? I mean, are we?
All the time. Matt Havens, our director of facilities, he works with all of these people all the time to get us the best price. And we also compare, because he knows what other school districts are paying for similar services in our area. And we are at either the lowest or very near the lowest, but it depends on the service we ask for too. And it's always a little bit different between school districts.
And that was the same thing for E with the custodial services?
Absolutely. They've provided awesome service, and they are the second firm. The first firm that the board approved about 1.5 years ago, we terminated because they were not providing the service we wanted. And we tried this company, and we've had them for 9 or 10 months now and are very happy with their service.
Okay, so those were B, 16, B, C, D, and E for all discussion. So do we have to?
I have a question about D. Is that all right?
Sure.
Go ahead. So are we contracting with Los Angeles County to do pest control service, or is that who we're contracting with, LA County, to do this?
Yes, they're doing some of the rodent control for our cafeterias.
Okay. Have you had them for a long time, or it seems
Yes,
like
we have.
used to have
a long time service provider up in this area.
the county of Los Angeles. So have we bid for some of the private companies as well?
They actually are the best price from what I understand.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Are we comfortable in bidding on all 4 of these together?
Sorry, Mrs. McGrady. So thank you, Mr. Hawkins. Ms. McGrady, I don't think we need to vote on these based off of the discussion.
We do have to, because we didn't vote on them before. So
okay, sorry about that.
So now we do have to vote on them.
Okay, so we can vote on these all together, and I don't think that there's an issue because we do live in LA County with the controlled pest
Okay,
people, so
all right.
we
Well,
can group them all together.
okay, we need a motion.
Motion.
Ms. Perrell, a second.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Rush. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Mr. Johnson, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Perrell?
Aye.
I'm sorry, Mr. Johnson voted aye. Ms. Perrell voted aye. Dr. Ruffin?
Yes.
Yes. Mr. Rush?
Yes.
Yes. And Ms. McGrady? Yes. We agreed on something. 4, okay, 4 voted for it, and the student board member voted for it, so it passed. We are at I, and Dr. Ruffin, you'll have to talk us through again which ones you have specifically. I is the direct purchase order and direct pay.
For PD 20-00554, it's a welcome ad. What kind of welcome ads do we do?
So what's it, how much is it for? That would be easier for defining.
I didn't get it. I think it was like $600. I just didn't understand what kind of welcome ads we do.
Okay, it's in I, but, and you don't remember what.
What was the number again? 21?
P as in D as in David, P as in Paul, 20-00554.
We've taken out, I'd have to go look it up, but we've taken out some welcome ads for both the city of Palmdale and the city of Lancaster. And it has to do with our adult ed program, I believe. In their monthly or quarterly newsletters, we take out a little advertisement. And that's what it sounds like. I can't guarantee it, but that's what it sounds like that we've done.
What is our district, or what is our mandates about using like the electronic billboards or anything like that? Any other kind of form of advertising?
That we can do it, yes. They're not always cost effective for us, but they can be done.
Dr. Ruffin, we have used the electronic billboards and other means of getting our message out in the past.
Okay.
Any other questions on that one?
No, ma'am.
Okay, let's look at so we can try to cluster these. Let's see what the next one is on I.
That was the only one, Mrs. McGrady. I mean, the other one on I is that is 17. That's a different one. That's board comments. It's gonna be different. It's 17B.
Okay, so let's go ahead and vote on I then. We need a motion.
Motion.
Mr. Rush, thank you. I need a second. I'll second. Do you have any further discussion? Let's call for the vote. Mr. Johnson.
Aye.
Thank you. Ms. Perrell.
No.
Okay, that was a no. Dr. Ruffin.
No, I think we can. I think we can get a different.
Okay, Mr. Rush.
Yes.
Yes, and Ms. McGrady, yes. Okay, so it's a 2-2. It did not pass. And the student board member voted yes. Okay, so you said we're at 17B. We are at administrative services, about minutes. So you want to walk us through that? Your issue there?
Oh, shoot. I just would like for my comments that I put for the record to be reflected in my board state comments. And I know that Mrs. Orozco works very hard, and I really appreciate all the work that she does. If she could just put the comments that I put on the record in there, and then we can go back and approve those at a later date.
Okay, let me suggest that we table that for tonight. We'll let Ms. Roscoe go back and take a listen to the audio and hear and see what we have, and then we'll bring it back next time. Is that appropriate?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Let's move forward then. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. We need a motion to table. So I need a motion.
Motion.
Okay, that would be Dr. Ruffin. We need a second.
Second.
Mr. Rush. And any further discussion on tabling it? Okay, I'll call for the vote. Mr. Johnson.
Aye.
Aye. Ms. Perrell.
Aye.
That's an aye. Dr. Ruffin.
Yes.
Yes. Mr. Rush.
Yes.
Yes. Ms. McGrady. Yes. So that one passed with a 4, and the student board member agreed. Okay, we are at the board, from the board and superintendent, Ms.
Oh,
Perrell.
Mr. Grady, we have 2 more.
We were at 17.
No, we have the 2100384, the Brinks security services for $37,000, and then we have the hand sanitizer.
Oh, so we're back on I. Okay, I asked you if you had any more on I, and you said no. So, okay, let's go.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. My apologies.
So we did already vote on I and accept them. Can these be for discussion?
Sure.
Okay, let's pull the first one up.
Actually, I'm sorry, because the $530,000 for hand sanitizer.
Could you listen to his explanation first before we undo the vote, and then, you know, let's let Mr. Hawkins speak to that first, please. Is that acceptable?
Yes, ma'am.
And then if we need to pull it, we will. Okay, Mr. Hawkins.
Thank you. I'll start first with the Brinks. The answer to that question is Brinks goes by our school sites and picks up the ASB cash, or cash that we get from any of the events, and then takes that cash to the bank. That's an annual fee for all school sites that they do. And obviously we will be having a reduction right now without kids on campus. But in order to have the safe transportation of the cash, we contract with Brinks to take the cash to the bank.
Yes, okay, that makes sense. I didn't know if it was some other form of security. Thank you for clarifying that for the board.
Right. Now, on the hand sanitizer, this is an open PO, meaning that we are not obligated to purchase all of that. What it does is allow us to get the absolute lowest price I could find anywhere in the United States for hand sanitizer, at like $14 a gallon. I've seen it as high as $60 a gallon. So this does not mean we're purchasing all of that. This gives us the right to purchase it at that price.
But how did you come up with that much hand sanitizer for $500,000, Mr. Hawkins?
Well, the problem is if you do we are a district of the law of large numbers. So this was done 3 weeks ago. At that point in time, we were looking at having students on campus 4 days a week, half of the population. So if you look at both AAV and our school sites plus the adult ed, we could have had up to 8,000 students per day on each district wide. Well, that's going to be, and then I estimate that each student would use a hand pump 4 times a day, once into a classroom, once for a meal, or once for going home. Well, 8,000 people doing it 4 times is 32,000 pumps a day. At 500 pumps per gallon, that means we would burn through 64 gallons a day, or 256 gallons a week. With 18 pallets on a truckload, that gives us about a 7-week supply per truckload. And I had to estimate this for the entire year. So at 36 weeks for school, divide by 7, that tells you how many truckloads, and we get close to that number. We do not have to purchase this.
Did we consider any like hand washing soap and hot water?
We have that, but we don't have enough sinks available for 8,000 people to do it all at one time.
Right, but I'm just saying like a hybrid type of situation as well, like a blended some hand stations too, just to, you know, kind of offset some of that cost as well. Of course, the safety of our students and our staff is at the forefront of anything.
Well, and the hand sanitizer at the higher alcohol content and the gel form ensures that you get between your fingers and under your fingernails. The hand soap is great, but we just don't have enough of those facilities for 8,000 people. And especially when you're looking at going from one class to the next class period, and there's about 15 minutes, that's not enough time for every student to go wash their hand. Versus walking into a classroom, hitting that pump and going sitting down, their hands are sanitized. And then as well as all of our staff would have it available too. So when you look at the numbers, they just get very large, very fast.
Got it. All right, thank you so much. You're right, Mrs. McGrady. We don't need to change anything on that. And it was good that we already voted on it.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody else want us to pull those for a vote, or are you good to go?
Good, good to
Not
go.
hearing anything, we're gonna move on. Ms. Perrell, we're at the 18, excuse me, I can't see anymore. 18A from the board superintendent, Ms. Perrell.
What was that?
Do you have any comments from the board?
No, I don't. Not at this time.
Okay, Dr. Ruffin, do you have comments from the board?
I do, and I promise you, I'm not gonna keep you like I did last time. It's only about 3 minutes. We were elected to set the direction for this district to establish policies, accountability, leadership on behalf of the district and the public education. It's not a secret that I hit the ground running to tackle social justice and academic concerns, striving to move the wheels of justice in our community that we as a district were not ready to address. And I don't believe that there's ever a time to have this talk, and the universe has catapulted us in this space that is moving us to be up close and personal in this anti-racism climate. For better or worse, we must be the change that we wish to see in our community. This effort to shift is not going to happen with us staying and doing things the way that we've traditionally done them. To open this meeting, I ask that we honor 2 civil rights leaders, John Lewis, C.T. Vivian. They were both examples of what good trouble looks like, and they fought the good fight to bridge equity for all across the United States. They marched from Selma to Montgomery, fighting for people to have a voice via promoting voting at the polls. C.T. Vivian was also instrumental with starting the Upward Bound program that many high school students have benefited from the mentoring and scholarship supports that they've received. When we look at dismantling systemic racism, it starts from us addressing the policies that influence the ways that we do business. In our district, this impacts our programs, our curriculum, our grading, our human resource policies, our hiring policies, our contracts, our vendors, who's on our board, who's our attorneys that represents us, who's our leaders, who's our teachers, no matter if they're Black, white, Chinese, it doesn't matter, who supports our staff, our coaches, and our board members. They all matter. The next few months, it is going to be critical who our community will choose to represent our districts. A few months ago, less than a month ago, we had our seniors that graduated. They're of age to vote. Please get out there and exercise your vote. We have so many people across the United States that are protesting. Turn your protest into progress. Do what John Lewis did and C.T. Vivian did. They fought the good fight. They were good troublemakers. They had good trouble. They fought for you in order to exercise your right to vote. We must be the change we want to see. I'm open to meet with anyone who's willing to collaborate for the betterment of our district, the safety of our students and the staff, and the improvement of our academics. John Lewis said, freedom is the continuous action we all must take, and each generation must do its part to create even a more fair, more just society. Let's all do our part and be good trouble.
Thank you. Mr. Rush.
Just a moment. I'm trying to get my, yes. I just would like to thank everybody that, all the people that work for the district. I know what you're going through. I've heard the stories of how you're working many hours every day. And that's everybody. And I don't know if the public knows that. I know that I'm putting the word out to people I know. Yeah, I had a comment made to me by a very good friend who said, when the administrators and the teachers stop getting paid, that's when school will open back up. And I really had to set him straight as to how much effort you guys, everybody in the district's putting in. I think that sometimes that gets lost on people. They think, well, they're not doing anything. Teaching from home. They don't understand the countless hours that you guys are putting in. I know that that the cabinet knows that. I know all the board members know that, and we really appreciate the hard work that you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rush. Mr. Johnson.
Thank you. I'll start by shouting out Miss McGrady for her leadership and Dr. Vieira at this time. I'm thankful for it. And I'm grateful to have been elected by my peers to serve as the student board member for the 2020-2021 school year. I've learned a lot in the last year and hope to continue learning and fighting for the best interest of our students. I would like to say that I feel like our community was failed today with members' absence from closed session. Mr. Hunt was failed today in a failure to approve his provisional internship permit. And student athletes were failed today by Ms. Perel and the member of Area 5. And I don't think it's right, and I think it should have gone a different way today. And I'll just finish by thanking all of our district employees. Keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. I'll go next. To all of our employees, I thank you for all you're doing for this district. I know your jobs are not easy. Thank you for working to the best of your ability to work with us through this pandemic. As an educator, I agree with the statement, our students are better at school. They need to be in classrooms with their teachers, conversing with their friends, interacting with staff on campus, and participating in sports. We know that. We have an obligation to keep everyone safe, students and employees. Currently, we can only open school with distance learning. In the governor's news release last week, he went on to state the quicker we can control the spread of this virus, the sooner we will be able to get back to campus. He urged us to wear masks, practice social distancing, and stay at home and away from crowds whenever possible. I encourage you to do that as well. Please stay safe, stay healthy, and let's get ready to start school in a new, innovative way. Before I move on, I just would like to say that Anthony Hunt still works for this district. He will still work for this district, and he will continue to do the great things for our district and our students that he has done in the past. Thank you. On June 11th, 2020, during board member comments, Dr. Ruffin spoke passionately, but not always accurately, for more than 30 minutes regarding challenging the status quo. Dr. Ruffin alleged that the data over the last 2 years that she's been on the board spotlighted academic disparities of Black and Brown students, district hiring practices, student suspension and expulsion concerns of Black and Brown students, illegal and unethical management contracts, and disparities in those the district brings on as vendors hired for the district, to name a few. Following Dr. Ruffin's comments, I asked that Dr. Vieira review Dr. Ruffin's remarks and allegations leveled against the district and its people and prepare a response as the comments indiscriminately attack not only our district leadership, but our loyal and hardworking employees. Dr. Vieira.
Thank you, Mrs. McGrady. I know it's been a long night, and I know that there's been a lot of things discussed this evening, but I ask members of our community for your patience tonight as I respond to the 8 specific areas spotlighted during the June 11th, 2020 meeting. First one was the academic disparities. Dr. Ruffin is a noted advocate for educational equality for our students of color. We have recognized the existence of inequities within the educational setting, and even prior to Dr. Ruffin's tenure on the board, took steps to address this concern. Here are a few highlights of our progress and achievements. During the 2018-2019 school year, our district was identified as needing differentiated assistance in the following student groups: English learners, homeless youth, foster youth, 2 or more races, socioeconomically disadvantaged, and students with disabilities. By 2019-2020, with the exception of homeless youth and students with disabilities, all previously mentioned student groups were exited from differentiated assistance. Additionally, while not exited from assistance, our homeless student group showed improvement on the graduation rate and college and career indicator, while our students with disabilities student group demonstrated improvement on the CASP. During the 2018-19 school year, Antelope Valley High School, Eastside High School, and Little Rock High Schools were listed as comprehensive support and improvement schools. By 2019-20, all 3 comprehensive high schools were exited from this assistance model. In 2015, our district had an A through G rate of almost 24%, growing to a little over 40% in 2019, a 17% increase. From 2015 to 2019, while our district experienced an enrollment decline of just shy of 9%, our advanced placement program grew over 35% in student enrollment. The Latinx group saw an increase of more than 47% participation in the AP program, while the African American student group grew more than 58%. Second area, student suspension expulsions. In the same meeting, Dr. Ruffin mentioned the suspension and expulsions of Black and Brown students. In prior board meetings, specifically on June 17, 2019, Dr. Ruffin referred to the percentage of students the district suspended or expelled. In the June 2019 meeting, Dr. Ruffin stated that 66% of the district students had been suspended. The actual percentage of students suspended at that time was 8.8%. Overall, the district has made significant progress in the reduction of suspensions and expulsions. As shared in the presentation to the board on April 11, 2019, suspensions for African American students were down 59% from the 2013-14 school year and 47% for Latinx students. Student expulsions for African American students also dropped 77% from the 2014-15 school year, while Latinx students saw a 37.5% decrease during the same time period. Third area was hiring practices. Dr. Ruffin's June 11th comments noted having a spotlight on district hiring practices. This has not only been an important focus for Dr. Ruffin, but for the entire board and cabinet. We have worked diligently to take steps to ensure our staff resembles our community and the students we serve. Regarding hiring practices, the district recognizes the importance of a diverse workplace that reflects our community. As shared in previous board presentations, the district has adopted a mission statement for recruiting, hiring, and retaining quality employees. It states the Antelope Valley Union High School District is committed to recruiting, hiring, and retaining highly qualified employees who not only represent our community, but are also dedicated to creating a culture of inclusion that values each individual and promotes collaboration and fairness. We constantly strive to live our mission. A review of the ethnic breakdown of our staff shows that our efforts have been working. Most recently noted during the 2018-19 school year when the district committed to increase the number of school counselors. During that summer, we hired 13 additional new counselors, each one a person of color, 4 African Americans and 9 Latinx. During the 2010-2011 school year, out of 1,048 certificated employees, 9% were African American and 14% Latinx. By 2018-2019, these numbers increased to 1,080 certificated members, with 11% African American and 19% Latinx. For our classified employees during the same time period, African American employees grew from 10 to 12%, and Latinx rose from 30 to 36%. Another area, number 4, is the illegal, unethical management contracts. As part of her June 11th statement, Dr. Ruffin referenced spotlighting, and I quote, current illegal and unethical management contracts, end quote. While Dr. Ruffin failed to identify the contracts to which she refers, based on previous comments made by Dr. Ruffin, including during the May 9th, 2019 board meeting, I am aware of at least one management contract she claims does not align with the law, and that is mine. As shared that evening, but again for you tonight, my contract has a clause that states if the board unilaterally terminates my contract without cause, I receive a cash settlement equal to up to 18 months of salary. At the time of my contract was executed, this was consistent with the law, Government Code 53260. On January 1, 2016, the law changed, reducing the amount of cash settlement to 12 months. This legal issue was disclosed and explained publicly at the May 9, 2019 board meeting. Former General Counsel Cook noted that if the board terminates my contract without cause, which is the board's contractual right, my cash settlement will be required to be in conformity with the law. In other words, my cash settlement would be limited to no more than 12 months of salary. My contract is both legal and ethical. Next section, legal services. A significant portion of Dr. Ruffin's comments related to the legal services provided to the district, the contracts we currently maintain with law firms, and alleged action and direction given by the board regarding the use of legal counsel. Board Bylaw 9124 provides that the Board of Trustees may use in-house general counsel, county counsel, district attorney, or private attorneys to meet the needs of the district. It goes on to state that the superintendent may confer with the district's legal counsel at his or her discretion. It continues, the board also may authorize a specific member to confer with legal counsel on behalf of the board. Thus, while I have the authority to confer with any district legal counsel, individual board members must have the authority of the board majority to confer with counsel. The district has historically had a relationship with multiple education law firms, including Fagan, Friedman, and Fulfrost, which we refer to as F3, and Lozano Smith. This past year, the board renewed its contracts with F3 and Lozano Smith while adding 2 new law firms, Atkinson, Andelson, Loya, Rudd, and Romo, which we'll refer to as AALRR, and Harrison Associates. Dr. Ruffin accurately noted that the district has had a relationship with the attorneys from F3 for more than 20 years. During Dr. Ruffin's comments on June 11th, she noted the quality, values, and integrity of F3 attorneys with whom she works, while alleging there is an improper relationship between myself and F3 legal counsel. There is nothing improper regarding my relationship with F3, the board's relationship with F3, or my continuing to confer with F3. Specifically, Dr. Ruffin stated, per board governance training provided by the California School Board Association, that no district should employ legal counsel for more than 8 to 10 years due to concerns with attorneys becoming self-interested. I was unable to locate CSBA training materials that supported Dr. Ruffin's statement. Regardless, there is value in consistency in the provision of legal services. From my perspective, unless the board is not satisfied with its representation or there are cost issues, I would not recommend rotating counsel. And I believe the recommendation from CSBA would be the same. Dr. Ruffin also alleged that the board majority moved to not have F3 represent the district. The board majority has never taken action to move legal work from F3 and has never taken action to direct me to discontinue using F3 for legal services. Therefore, under Board Bylaw 9124, I continue to have the authority to confer with legal counsel, including F3. The board did, however, take action on April 18, 2019, when it voted 3-2 to authorize Board President Bob Davis to confer with legal counsel, Harrison Associates, on behalf of the governing board, subject to the requirements of state law and Antelope Valley Union High School District Board policies, regulations, and bylaws, including Board Bylaw 9124. Therefore, while the board majority authorized former board member Mr. Davis to confer with Harris and Associates, no other current individual board members have been authorized by the board to confer with Mr. Harris or any other member of this firm. Dr. Ruffin stated on June 11th that I am choosing and refusing to pay a black vendor, Harris and Associates. Since Mr. Davis' resignation in November of 2019, Harris and Associates has billed the district a total amount of $129,040. As I have informed Dr. Ruffin on multiple occasions since the resignation of Mr. Davis, there is no current board member with authority to confer with Mr. Harris per board bylaw 9124. As recently as last month, June 2020, Mr. Harris continues to invoice for legal services. I have not contacted Mr. Harris, nor has the board majority authorized any individual board member to confer with Mr. Harris. Therefore, to pay his invoice without board authority would be a gift of public funds. Dr. Ruffin further stated on June 11th that the law firm AALRR should be representing the board, not F3. Again, while the board has approved a contract with AALRR, the board never took action to direct me to exclusively use AALRR or direct work from F3 to them. Additionally, there has also never been any action by the board majority to permit individual board members to confer with attorneys from AALRR. My use of legal counsel has always been and continues to be consistent with board bylaw 9124. Switching gears on number 6, school volunteer investigation. During her June 11th comments, Dr. Ruffin also stated that I did not get to call off an investigation of a school volunteer, and that I knew that Harris and Associates is investigating and the board majority authorized the investigation. On October 10th, 2019, Ms. Danita Wynn, a former board member, publicly acknowledged that she was under investigation by the board due to activities that occurred at back to school night, September 5th, 2019. Some additional facts. On September 12th, 2019, the board majority took action in closed session, authorizing a personnel investigation to be conducted by an independent outside investigator. Zadarin Investigations was retained by the board majority in part to investigate if school volunteers improper or unlawful entry onto district property to engage in certain political activity. Since being retained in October 2019 to today, Mr. Zadarin has never responded to multiple inquiries I have made regarding the investigation. Because of this, and based on authority delegated to me by the board, I directed staff to conduct an investigation and prepare findings. This direction was in alignment with board policy 1240, which states that the superintendent or designee shall be responsible for investigating and resolving complaints regarding volunteers. Item number 7, whether Robert's Rules of Order apply to board meetings. During her June 11 comments, Dr. Ruffin also noted issues she has with advice that has been given by Mr. Furno regarding whether Robert's Rules of Orders are required for board meetings, relying in part on a January 19, 2019 board presentation by F3 attorneys. To clarify, the board has not adopted Robert's Rules of Orders as its operative parliamentary procedures. As the entire board has been informed per board bylaw 9121, the board president here, which is Ms. McGrady as the sole presiding officer of the board, rules on issues of parliamentary procedures. The board president also puts motions to vote and states clearly the results of the vote and is responsible for the orderly conduct of all board meetings. There is no requirement that the board president or presiding officer rely on or use Robert's Rules of Orders to resolve parliamentary procedure issues. In number 8, superintendent's authorization under board bylaw 2210. Dr. Ruffin also alleged on June 11th that F3 and Mr. Furnow were allowing the misuse of board bylaw 2210. She specifically states, in this booklet we got from training, the board determines through a majority vote that an emergency situation exists and prompt action is necessary. That the board decides, not you, Dr. Vieira, through your misuse of board bylaw 2210. Board Policy 2210 provides in pertinent part, when immediate action is necessary to avoid any risk to the safety or security of students, staff, or district property, or to prevent disruption of school operations, the superintendent or designee shall have the authority to act on behalf of the district in a manner that is consistent with law and board policies. As a cabinet, we meet and confer with legal counsel to discuss what actions can be taken pursuant to this policy. To assist in the decision-making process, senior staff developed a set of protocols to determine under what circumstances Board Policy 2210 will be implemented. That is, when it is necessary to take action to avoid any risk to the safety or security of students, staff, or district property, or to prevent disruption of school operations. It is only as a last resort in the event neither the annual resolution nor other board policy covers the item under review. The superintendent may exercise his/her authority granted under this policy to approve those actions necessary to avoid any risk to the safety or security of students, staff, or district property, or to prevent disruption of school operations. In sum, the use of Board Policy 2210 has been thoughtfully exercised and consistent with the authority which this board has provided. In conclusion, for the past 18 years, I have enjoyed the honor of serving as the superintendent of the Antelope Valley Union High School District. During this time, I have worked for 10 unique school boards comprised of community members dedicated to improving the educational opportunities for all students. Over the course of my career, I've worked alongside board members who bring purpose, passion, and the pursuit of leaving our organization in a better place than they inherited. The details of what better looks like at times have been perfectly aligned, and in other instances have created opportunities to reflect and revise policies, procedures, and programs within our organizational structure. Until December 2016, when conflict arose within our board, the members worked in collaboration with myself, our district leaders, certificated and classified members alike to be the best version of ourselves in service to our community. 19 months ago, I welcomed a new school board in the same way I have done over the course of my tenure, eager to learn about their purpose, their passion, and what they hope to uniquely contribute to our organization and the educational community. Tonight's comments are a first of my career, a first in 36 years of service to a community where I was raised, where my wife and I raised our children, and where we now watch our grandchildren grow. I will not allow the inexcusable behavior of one to overshadow the collective good that has been accomplished by the hardworking and dedicated individuals of this district. Dr. Ruffin, you have stated several times that your desire is to effect change. You describe yourself as a voice of the people, an agent of change, a challenger of the status quo. I believe it is fair to say that many elected officials fashion themselves in the same regard. What differentiates you from the members who have served before you is the manner by which you seek this change. Your disposition and behavior are counterproductive to the very change you wish to seek. You excuse your conduct under the guise of challenging the status quo rather than aligning your vision with good governance procedures. I understand your desire to use a platform as a trustee of this board to effectuate your agenda. However, when you espouse inaccurate information to support your mission, I'm led to question your motives and the wisdom of your decisions. This community, especially the students and staff of this district, deserve more. They deserve better. I will not continue to allow falsehoods to go unchallenged. It stops tonight.
Thank you, Dr. Vieira. We appreciate that. I believe that if we were in a regular meeting, you'd be getting a standing ovation right now. However, since we're not, you have to just accept me, and here I am. I will clap for you. We are now at 19, reporting out for closed session. We were not able to have closed session once again. This is the 14th meeting that we've not been able to have closed session. We've not been able to do the business of the board. We have not been able to make decisions. And for some folks that had issues that needed to be resolved tonight, I'm sorry, we were not able to take votes on those. So we will now, I'd like to close this meeting in honor of two civil rights leaders that died last week, John Lewis and C.T. Vivian. May I have a motion to close?
Motion.
Ms. Perrell, thank you. A second?
Second.
Mr. Rush, thank you. Any discussion? Student board member, how do you vote? Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Aye. Ms. Perrell?
Aye.
Aye. Dr. Ruffin?
Yes.
Yes. Mr. Rush?
Aye.
I am as McGrady, aye. 4 voted to close, plus our student board member. We are finished for this evening. Thank you very much. Good night.